news. It is somewhere in Sweden, probably even in Stockholm, when I went to pick it up. So, rewind a little bit. So I got a notification saying, delivery is due. When do you want it to be delivered? Put it in the app. Okay, I want it delivered on Monday, which was this past Monday, between 5 and 10 p.m. Cool. Then I got an update saying, your parcel is now ready for pickup. You should come and pick it up at the postal depot, which isn't very close to where I live, but fine, whatever. I trundled over there last Friday. No, last Thursday. Friday was midsummer. I get to the depot, they're like, yeah, we don't have it. but your app says, no, we don't have it. It's been sent out for delivery. Okay, sure, whatever. I then head home. Monday comes around. An hour before it was due to be delivered, so around 4 p.m., I get a thing just saying, it's been delayed. That's the last I've heard of it. So I have no idea where it is. PostNord is being its usual completely competent self. Second worst postal service in the world. Worst being Brazil. So I can only imagine how Brazil's feeling. But wow, PostNord are just completely incompetent. So yeah, I have no idea where it is at the moment. It is still marked as delayed. So I think tomorrow what I'm going to do, once it's been delayed for a full week, I'm going to chase them up and be like, hey, what the fuck, dude? Where is my dat? I needed it because I played Australia 3 times since it was due to have been delivered in early June. We are now at 27th of June. Classic PostNord, probably in Karuna or something. Well, I know they have it because I paid the customs on it. But after that, I have no idea. So, yeah. Hopefully we get it at some point. Probably in 2029 or so. Need to get a checkout for when we eventually stream again. Yeah, when was that supposed to be? I actually meant to ask you that yesterday. Is it just in general? Yeah, it must have been. Undecided. Okay, well I can confirm that I cannot in fact do the 4th of July. But other than that, I am free. So let me know. Cool. Let's go to the uptubs and make sure that that is now updated. As it is now telling me that it is in fact streaming. First things first, turn on monetization, because you bastards are... Bastards in YouTube keep on automatically turning it off now instead of on. I hate this new system. And then, as it is now, chat. Pop out. Okay. I have all of the chats now available. Sweet. Still need perms to post in the schedule channel. Yeah, the main reason I didn't want to give too many permissions for the scheduling channel is because people have a tendency to then start chatting in scheduling, which is the absolute opposite to what I want. But I can give you perms. Yes. No, you have it. I'm looking at it right now. You have the permission. Yeah, the only thing I don't think you can do is edit, but that's fine. I'll just delete my previous one. Did the new hat arrive yet? No! Huh? Sorry, give me a second to sort this out. This is very strange. Because you should absolutely have access. Advanced. Ah, I think I might know why. Ah, yes, I found it. Found it! That did part. Oh, no, that's not it. Send. That's what I needed to update. Try now. Also, I've just realised the only people that can see it is you and me. Aha. Okay, so I need to add everyone. Why is there no everyone? What the hell? Excuse me. Okay, everyone can now see scheduling, and only you and me should be able to type in it. Alright, cool. So, we're going to do a single player game, new game. Select scenario is going to be in Oceania. That's going to be Australia. And we are currently playing with the open beta, and I would recommend anyone playing Hearts of Iron at the moment, play with the open beta. This is basically the version that we are going to release. But because it's the summer period, we want to let people opt out just in case there is anything game-breaking in there. There shouldn't be. We have tested it. But yeah, just to, be that extra bit of cautious, we made it an open beta so that people can play it, tell us if anything is really horribly game-breaking, and then we can fix it before everyone goes on vacation, which is like next week. But there are a bunch of fixes in there, particularly to Australia. So if you're especially playing as Australia, I'd highly recommend you play with the open beta version of Hoi. So yeah, couple of the changes are the air branch as a whole has been reduced in strength a fair bit, particularly Death from Down Under, which used to give a whopping 30% bonus to support mission efficiency and air superiority mission efficiency. Now it's just 10, bearing in mind that they stack with the air mission efficiency. So that's down from 15, 15, 15 to 5, 5, 5, which I think is far more reasonable. I think that some of these are being tweaked in small ways as well, mostly just to get rid of the air mission efficiencies, which I had littered around everywhere. The left and the right side are unchanged. They are still quite good. And then the other big change is the starting citizen army is now 15% instead of 25%, but the reductions and increases to the non-core combat have also been halved. So no more can you get like plus 50% attack and defense on non-core. They are now significantly lower. And similarly, commanders and Ivan McKay, expeditionary leader has been dropped from 15% to 10%. Any news on the USA Dev Diary? I can neither confirm nor deny that there is anything to do with the USA. Although, actually, that's a good point. I know that they posted up the teaser. Yeah, this one. Let me just turn the music off and then play this, because I think it's kind of cool. And this, pause it, maximize. Ooh, what could it mean? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. I let this speculation commence. Because, yeah, it may be a hint at something. You never know. It could be the Polish Eagles or um, the, I don't know, Zimbabwe Eagles or flying submarines. Exactly. The submarine eagles. Just had a new you are no longer private and Twitch stopped temporarily. Huh, weird. And Intronite coming in with a 48-month resubscription. Thank you very much for the ongoing support there, Intronite. Much appreciate that. Hello all, you're playing Australia in the right environment for Australia at least. Yeah, it's supposed to get quite a lot hotter today. I'm just going to check the temperature now. I've got like all of my windows open. It's currently 27. Oh no, it's tomorrow that it goes to 30. 27 is the maximum. Oh no, it is currently 27. So it's as hot as it's going to get. Okay, it's not too bad. I've got my fan blasting, I've got all the windows open. And also my apartment is south facing. So at the moment I don't have sun directly on my windows. Usually later in the afternoon, like 3, 4 p.m, then I start to get a bit. All right, so you know what else I should do? I should enable the in-game sound, shouldn't I? That would be helpful. And YouTube has disappeared. There it is. It's already confirmed as USA, haha. But I mean, if you ask what I think, since we have the focus packs, I would expect it's USA, Canada, Mexico. I don't think anything's been confirmed anywhere. It's just a teaser. And sure, coin trader, yeah, go ahead. Cool. So, we are going to do communist. And I will admit that this is partly this part of the focus tree, the infiltrations, because we've been getting some feedback that they are too expensive and they are too hard. I'm not too sure what I can do about the difficulty. There is a reason that I did not want to make a civil war in the Philippines, because I knew that fighting over all of these straits with volunteers and civil war forces would be absolute hell, same as the Dutch East Indies. Which unfortunately is unavoidable when you're trying to spark civil wars in other countries. But I still want to play them a bit more myself. So we're going to go communist. We're going to specifically try to get down to here. I know I've also fixed the bug with the Spanish Civil War, so you actually join the right side. Or the left side, technically, because, you know, you're joining the Republicans. So we're going to do that as well. Just going to do the usual openers in terms of research. So for people who say, you don't even play your own game. And coal, tungsten, Pilbara. And yes, I did see that somebody asked whether we could do the export focus path. No, because we're going communist. However, planned extraction, I've added that tooltip, will enable excavation of the Pilbara region, the northwest Australia, unleashing a near inexhaustible source of steel. We can use this to fuel our economy. It was always actually available with planned extraction, I just hadn't added the tooltip, I forgot. So now has the tooltip to say, hey, you can in fact do this. I was going to remove Broken Hill and switch it out for somebody else, but I haven't done that yet. I don't know which company that would be. Because Broken Hill just feels too capitalist. These brothers, maybe. Viola, maybe. I need to take another look at that. Alright, then we're going to grab all of our troops. I'm going to make everyone infantry. Also, they have their appropriate icon now. I didn't even realise we had this icon in the game. I did not order that. We had it already. And I was like, hang on. I saw one of the other YouTubers playing and he made his infantry divisions have that. I was like, yes! Genius! So I did that too. And we're making guns. I do want to sell the planes because these aren't very good at start. Sell. Let's do auto accept, sell. All of the planes. Off you go. Marvellous! Obviously underground aeroplane carriers. There you go. Had a big storm here on Thursday, Friday night. Broke the heat a bit here. Yeah, apparently Britain's supposed to get a fair amount of rain. I think we are supposed to here on like Monday, Tuesday. We're being hit a little bit by the heat wave, but nowhere near as bad as Central and Western Europe. It was added for the German colonial troops. Yes, that is true. But it's yeah, close enough. What can you do as Communist Australia that's fun? So there's actually a couple of things. First of all, you can join the Spanish Civil War, so you can get some early volunteer action going with your expeditionary leader. So that's kind of cool. And then the industrial path is unique. I don't think we have any other industrial path that works in this way. So doing the top part, you need to actually have strikes going on in order to even do these focuses. So basically, you complete taking it to the streets, which gives you the strikes decision. You launch a strike, you do one of these focuses, and you have to launch another strike, then you do another of these focuses. So it spreads it out a little bit. And then for the abolition of private property, you need to be doing nationalisation. So that's another decision. You begin nationalisation, which gives you a big old penalty, minus 30 to factory output and dockyard output. But while it's active, you can complete these focuses. Once you hit the Publics Australia, nationalisation ends, and the rest of this focus tree, or this focus branch, is then locked. So it's basically how long do I want to take the nationalisation penalty, and how many of these buffs do I want to get? And these are pretty nice buffs. One thing which I had been saying previously, which is actually erroneous, is that the communists can get 6 research slots. They can only get 5. Because Army Inventions Directorate used to be a research slot, and we removed it because we didn't want to overpower, but I did not replace that in the communists. So I do actually want to add another research slot to the communist path somewhere, maybe with part of the colonizer down here or something like that, because I do actually want the communists to be able to get 6. I want this to be a decision whether you want to spend the 70 days to get that slot, which would be your 6th slot then. I don't know exactly where to put that though. You know what? I should probably make a note of this so I actually remember to do it. Sixth research slot. It has been noted. Australia, the focus, reclaim lost territory now transfers land, naval and air forces to Australia. Yeah, that is this one, which gives you New Zealand, as well as all of New Zealand's stuff. Previously, you just got the territories, now you get the generals, ships, and navies. And Coin Trader, if you want to do balance feedback, the best place to do that's the forums. Suggestions thread. That does get picked up by our QA teams, who then feedback it to us. Is there anything we want you to look at this weekend? I don't think so. All of the different branches have had fairly significant updates in the past 2 weeks, so definitely play the open beta. Again, I'll say that. Play the open beta, it makes huge changes. So I would say play whatever looks fun. Are the bugs you brought up on the beta? I think so. There are a lot of changes on there. The patch notes are up on the forums. Alright, so, Navy. I would like you to do some drilling as well. So you are going to run out of fuel at some point, but that's fine. Oh, you lot to be drilling. Speed 5. Don't care. Don't care. Actually, I do care about one of those. I think I... No, we'll command the civilian trains after we're communist. Because dropping below 40 stability is a bad thing. I don't want to do it. So I'm not going to. Oh, and the other change that Australia has, they start with a Chief of Army. to make Canberra a little bit less punishing. Although I think he's actually one of the better ones, the organisation buff. Alright, national focus is done. So I usually go controversial recruitment because having Maurice Blackburn from the start is really strong. He makes all of your advisors half price, and he is himself going to give you some communist support. We do have imperial pressure. Following recent events, it can no longer be denied that Australian politics are shifting. The United Kingdom has taken action to diplomatically ensure that Australia remains on a path suitable for a nation under the Commonwealth umbrella, hoping that their peaceful nudge in the right direction will be enough to keep the Dominion loyal. Also, have I done communist on stream before? I think I have. Because I know I've done historical of the various different flavours. I did. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so I'm not going to read all of the stuff until we get a bit later on when I'm not sure we did those. Is that the Paradox logo on the government building? Yes. That's actually been there since the start of the game. Everyone thought it was the Paradox office. I don't know how this began or where it came from. But that is in fact the Canberra Old Parliament building. So it is actually Australian. We just decided to keep it because it was hilarious. It was in the game files from the start. Turkey remilitarizes Turkish Straits. Alright, then we've got that. I think we're going to take it to the streets and we're going to start going down the industrial tree. Because I want to wait a little bit longer before we get communist ideals. I basically want to have time for us to get communist support naturally through the advisors. So we're going to grab straight away Maurice Blackburn. He's half price. He's going to make everyone else half price. And then we're going to grab the Orthodox Stalinist and also the Revolutionary Equalist. So this is going to give us a bunch of communist support from the start, which should theoretically make it possible to avoid the Civil War. You did come in stream for the first game that you, me, Fraser and Jonathan did, not the new tree. Ah. So it was the old tree, so I haven't in fact read any of this. So, against war and fascism. The movement against war and fascism is the Australian branch of a Comintern-sponsored international effort to mobilise workers against reactionary forces. Though it has lost momentum in recent years, it falls to us to carry the banner forward once more. Then we did controversial recruitment. Maurice Blackburn is a well-known socialist lawyer, renowned for defending workers' rights in legal battles against oppressive employers. A member of the Labour Party, his loyalty has been called into question due to his links with the more radical movement against war and fascism. And now we are taking it to the streets. Industrial action is one of the most powerful tools we possess to force change in society, and we must wield it against a system designed only to exploit. Now is the time to take back the means of production. Workers of Australia, unite! I had fun writing all of these. I always feel really dirty after reading the writing the fascist focuses. That's never a pleasant time. But usually writing the communist ones, you can have at least a bit of fun with them. Stop your drilling, because if you're out of fuel, then they will take more attrition. So we'll let our fuel suppliers recharge a bit. Sorry, I thought I missed a comment somewhere. Oh, the Bannerlord mods, here. So now, Union control. Our Union members have begun mobilising support among the general populace across Australia. We can infiltrate the legislature in each individual state, building support for a communist-led government from within. This will cost a significant amount of political power and threaten to destabilise the nation. The New Guard veterans are watching our movements closely, and should the government fail to act in time, or if the nation becomes too unstable, this conflict could tear the nation apart entirely. So currently we have 11.37 communist support. A civil war will break out if stability drops below 40%, or if the veterans' revolt times out. So we have another 635 days. We can do these decisions, which I'll talk about in a minute, but if stability drops below 40%, boom, civil war. If this timer runs out, boom, civil war. What we can do is we can trade in political power and stability in exchange for communist support. So if you want to flip communist just really, really quickly, you can absolutely do so. You just need to be careful in how much stability you're dropping. Or you can do what I've done and use advisors. Takes a bit longer, but it's the more stable path. Or you can just boom civil war and fight it out, which is also feasible. So you have basically 3 choices in how to become communist. We are taking the slower path, which means that we need to get to pig iron protest, which will require 50% communist support. And that will trigger the Doldrum dispute. Next up, I think I'm going to save our political power for the Peace Brothers, because I do rather like building stuff. Okay, so we've got Take It to the Streets. Now we're going to... So organise a strike, takes 25 days, costs you a factory. This takes 35, so we're going to start this. We're going to wait 10 days, because efficiency. Bolivian Socialist Revolution. And now we're going to organise that strike. And I, on purpose, made it so that organise a strike doesn't take the same amount of time as an actual focus. I want it to feel a bit more chaotic. Concentrated industry, grab that. And this should end exactly the same time as this focus finishes, then we can start doing some industrial focuses. Because, as you can see from these, one of the following must be true. Has national spirit, try strike ongoing, or be communist. Strike's just finished. There goes the focus. So we're going to do a new housing commission. We need to get these 3 to get all for one and one for all, which will reduce the Great Depression penalties. Though it's not actually critical we get that, because I think we may well be communist before we finish these. But regardless, National Housing Commission gives us more building slots in New South Wales and also civilian factories in New South Wales. And this will get rid of the strike ongoing. Housing has long been a contentious issue. Everyone deserves a roof over their head, yet too often this basic necessity is used against workers. It costs a form of economic oppression. No longer will demand fair access to housing for all. Stability is still at 64. And stability will drop. Yeah, every time we get an increase to imperial pressure, which several of these will do. Construction 1 is done. Let's immediately start construction 2. It takes less than a year. Ethiopia has capitulated. Another thing we could potentially do... Oh, don't need more support for it, never mind. Games of the 11th Olympiad. Held in Berlin, Germany. Just go grab Peace Brothers for the extra construction speed. For infrastructure and railway specifically, so we're going to want to change them out later. They are also going to increase the construction tech research speed. I'd forgotten about that. Nice little bonus to have. So these are again no longer available. We can do world peace. The Spanish Civil War has broken out, so we want to do this. The movement against war and fascism has been hard at work producing a magazine dubbed World Peace, which espouses the evils of the fascist movement in Germany, Italy, and especially during the Spanish Civil War. Spurred on by the articles within, volunteers are eagerly seeking to join the fight against fascism. G'day, mate. No Aussie game? Absolutely. You're going to want to change away from Grand Battle Plan. I haven't actually given much thought as to how the army should look. So we did light tanks with Siam. We usually do infantry and artillery with Australia because it just works quite well. I'm somewhat tempted to try heavy tanks because I think Australian heavy tanks would be very strong. And we're going to be expeditionary armies, so our armies are going to be fairly small. Although we're not UAP, so we're not going to have as many generals available. I think we'll have 3. Because it's Ivan that we start with. And then we get 2 more here, Vasey and Wooten. And a lot of what we're going to be doing is... Oh, special forces is another thing we could do. But either way, Grand Battle Plan is not going to be the answer. Mobile warfare could allow us to do mechanized and heavy tanks. That's going to be incredibly industrially expensive. Superior firepower would let us do the artillery. Mass assault really doesn't suit us. I think mechanized is going to be too expensive if we're doing heavy tanks. So I think we're going to do heavy tank infantry support. Could even make them SPGs. If we do SPGs, then they don't get the line artillery buffs. So I think we do superior firepower and we go heavy artillery. With heavy tanks. Line artillery, not SPGs. Do SPGs still require reduced numbers? No, and actually I tested this. SPGs never did. It was tank destroyers, and they don't anymore. I don't know when that was changed, but I'm kind of glad it was. But tank destroyers require the same number of tanks as every other heavy tank regiment. We have guns available. Now, do I want to start selling guns? It is a good way to boost our industry short term. But we're also going to be using guns in the Civil War. Speaking of which, we're going to want to change these around a bit. I'm just going to save that. No actual change was made to the template. I just moved the 2 infantry to here, so we have these regiments full. And I'm going to start producing support equipment and artillery. And we'll slowly be able to mix in artillery into our divisions. And there is world peace, so we're going to move 1, 2, 3 of you out. And we'll head on over to Republican Spain and be like, yo, you want some volunteers? Because I got some volunteers for you. And we should also get another focus. Ah, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do the strikes. Oops. I don't want to do picket line to front line, because I don't want to deal with the extra democracy support, so we're going to hold off on that one. And instead we're going to do the Australian military forces and try to get rid of some of our negatives to make our volunteers more effective. Tempered by fire in the Great War, the Australian military proved its mettle on distant shores, standing firm in some of the most brutal campaigns of the conflict. In the years since, the army has been reduced in size and reshaped into a defensive force, tasked primarily with safeguarding the home isles. The hard-earned lessons of the past endure, ready to be called upon once more. And I was going to do a strike. Boop. Can you get a special research lab, or do you have to build one? Yes, actually, as the communists, you can. I thought. Or did I change that? I may have changed it. Yeah, I think that free school policy used to give one, but I changed that to more research speed. Oh, yeah. I changed it to the project speed and the facility construction speed. So you absolutely can, with the communists, go with special weapons. Or special projects, rather. Alright, our 3 divisions have arrived in Valencia. So we are going to assign McKay. We're going to have Blamey in overall command. And I'm just going to go to state overview to see where there are no planned offensives. Although at this stage of the game, there are probably planned offensives everywhere. Although actually I'm not seeing them here. No, there are. Asturias, there's not. Oh, there are. So... I know that attacks down here tend to be really heavy. So I think what I would like to do is basically just guard this position. And if we can get to the river in Sevilla, we should 100% do that. Now, we cannot deploy the general because we're already at our limit in terms of going through their land. That's just so... Please don't do that.
Yeah, nah, yeah.
Yeah, nah, yeah. Okay, Australian military forces are done. The strike is underway. So now we're going to do granted employment, which will give us military factories, and also get rid of 10 of the factory output penalty, and also some stability. Socialism is too often dismissed with accusations of laziness or dependency directed at those in need. This must end. All we seek is a fair chance at work and a fair wage with which to support our families. Chinese United Front was formed.
That's the go.
And actually, one thing I do want to do is grab bold attack so we get the attack buff whenever we level up, which likely will happen during this conflict. How are we doing for artillery? We have 14 pieces, so if I were to add infantry guns, we would need 28. Although, if we prioritise you, and then add artillery guns, then we can do it, because they'll get them first. Xinjiang took one state, Kamal Khanate was annexed. Mechanical computing. That is too far ahead of time. And now that we're actually... Nah, production efficiency is going to be garbage for a while, so we just want to upgrade our weaponry. Because of all the strikes and things we're doing.
Let's go.
And you want to give me logistics wizard, please, and thank you! So we're just going to wait until the planning prep is done, and then we're going to join the offensives. Get some experience going. That's still ahead of time. That, however, is not.
Yeah.
And go. So our troops should be pretty effective here. Khotan-Ma has capitulated. Just double check that nothing else is losing. And this is why we want to try to go down the army focuses to make these guys more effective. Because at the moment we are still dealing with the minus 15% division attack and on core and attack and defense on non-core. Although it is counteracted by the fact that McKay is a expeditionary leader. Guaranteed employment has been done, so now I think we're going to go ahead and invoke the 1903 Defence Act. Because what we want to do is get the Volunteer Defence Corps. That's a really important one for us to get. And then the... Actually... Let's go permanent military forces first. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what? Let's do that. Traditionally, Australia has relied on its militia for national defence. However, in times of significant threat, we can invoke the Defence Act of 1903. This allows us to call on additional manpower for defensive purposes. This has also got the little manpower dude, which shows us that we can unlock an additional conscription law, which is very nice. I would like more artillery and more support, please. And thank you. So if I was going to add support to these divisions, how much would that cost me? If I want engineers, 210. If I want... Cavalry recon, 70. Let's get recon. Next strike. Thank you. Although this is... No, it's 35. So yes, we should definitely do that.
Rip him up.
And we're already starting to get experience, which is lovely. Look at that go up. Ooh. One thing we could do is grab Expeditionary Warfare. No, that's not the one. It's Intervention Specialist, which requires superior firepower, will give us 50% more army experience from volunteers. We want to get that, so yes, we need to change to superior firepower as soon as that hits 100, which won't take very long. The other thing we have the political power is we probably want Arthur Allen, the infantry specialist. Okay, Invoking the Defense Act is done. We can now grab off the leash, which will again modify the Great Depression dockyard and consumer goods down. Gives us 2 extra dockyards, which aren't the most useful, but it will allow us to get all for one and one for all, which is another reduction to the Great Depression penalties. So we'll go ahead and do that. Dock workers are the backbone of union action in Australia. As a continent-sized island, it is no surprise that maritime labour plays such a vital role in our economy. It is time to take off the collars and unleash the sea dogs of industry. As I said, I had fun making these. How are we doing for artillery? Oh, we got loads. Let's go ahead and add another infantry gun. And let's add a 3rd infantry gun. Yeah. This is dropping our organisation, but this is going to significantly increase our firepower. Which, for volunteer armies, is the most important thing. So we can get the industrial buffs straight up, and I think we probably should. Let's go for the cheaper one first. We do also need to start researching tanks at some point. Anarchist uprising has begun. Eee. That's dangerous as hell. To the point where I might actually back off from here and help them so we don't get encircled up in the north. I keep insisting on going through their territory. It's not like the borders have changed. Because I'm okay with these guys losing. In fact, I kind of want them to, so that these two are fighting each other. I just don't want to get this encircled. Which unfortunately is in serious danger of happening. We want soft attack and reliability. And we have 2 more technologies. So we can go concentrated industry. And maybe radio? No, we should get computing machine. That's less than a year ahead of time. Beautiful! See, that's what I was trying to avoid. Oh, I've got to push through there. Off the leash is done. So now let's go and grab the Volunteer Defence Corps. Established as a force akin to the British Home Guard, the Volunteer Defence Corps is an unpaid citizen militia made up of those ineligible for regular service. Despite these limitations, their knowledge of local terrain makes them well suited for guerrilla warfare if the worst occurs. So this will boost our citizen, or rather, it reduces the penalties of citizen army down to just 10% penalty, I believe. Yep. Well, our guys have arrived. I do want you to get planning prep, but I'm going to go ahead and do the staff office plan. There we go, not actually arrived yet. That's long enough. US Congress passes Neutrality Act. So here there's no unplanned offensive. Here that is. So we kind of expressly want to attack here. Spanish gold reserves. I'm hopeful we can still win this. So let's say a Spanish victory would be payment enough. Planning prep, planning prep. Got another one of these. This is for the artillery. Usually I would go for the production efficiency, but I think I might actually go for the soft attack. Just because we want the extra bang for our buck, and we do have sufficient artillery at the moment. Speaking of which, can we add support artillery? Yes. Can we add recon? Yes. Then do that.
Boy, listen up.
Being squeezed here, it's quite dangerous. There's not enough supply there. Kind of need to take Tortosa. Oh man, that's going to be 6 divisions lost. That may actually be enough to lose us the Civil War. Fortunately, the Republicans are doing a really good job of reinforcing. Should we reduce the speed a little?
Oi, listen up. Said. What's the go?
Get your organisation back. Again. And we need to be careful that we ourselves don't get encircled here, which would be very dangerous if just that guy. Alright, improved machine tools is done. Those are too far ahead of time. We could get the 25 pounders, and you know what? We're relying on artillery so heavily that we should. Amelia Earhart disappears. And we still don't have superior firepower. There goes the China-Japan War. Those guys have died. You guys are not savable. That's really irritating. Alright, let's go and just clear this guy out. Because I am terrified of the fact that we have a half-strength Republican guarding this position. Get your organisation back, Marco Polo. And attack when you have the opportunity. Chahar has capitulated. Just 2 more. Okay, Volunteer Defense Corps is done. I again did not get strikes going. Permanent military forces. Australia's primary military force is the militia, tasked with defending the mainland. However, in this time of rising global tensions, it is prudent to establish a cadre of professional officers and soldiers, many of whom gained experience during the Great War. Even if initially serving in a reserve capacity, this force could provide permanence and a standardized level of training. We have the political power, so we could get army logistics. We could also get the artillery expert, which, considering how much artillery we're starting to field, might be useful. We're at 50%. Hold on. We don't want to do that. We want to do pig iron protests. Our warpers do not agree with our government in many cases, and especially not in the case of selling pig iron to warring countries. Australians have no interest in participating in aggression or transporting equipment used against innocent civilians, and so Australia shall not either. Call a strike! Soft attack is kind of terrifying, but these Portuguese units are quite rugged, and in fact, these are the best of the nationalists. Very high equipment and organisation. Of course, they've taken frickin' Madrid! We need to take that back. This is going perfectly. You can really feel those 6 divisions that we lost. Meanwhile, we've hit 100, so we're going to change to superior firepower now. And then we're going to save up the 35 experience needed for the volunteer army upgrade. We're going to start attacking before these guys can get their organisation back, while these guys are still on the way in. This will be fine. We need to keep Madrid because we want to keep the industry there. Good. We got a medal! Yes, I will use it. Supply consumption reduction I think would be a nice one. And artillery specialist. I think I might even get the logistics guy now as well. May as well. Soviets have just arrived. It took them a while. There's no unplanned offensive here either. So we should probably do. Hoping that Madrid is protected enough. Let's see if we can just push between these rivers. Get a cut off. Because our guys on the offensive are now pretty good. The main thing we want to be doing is just inflicting damage and looking at how quickly that strength is reducing. We're doing damage.
Ready, boss. Get up! Get going! Boy, listen up! Get going! Get going! All set.
So we're losing up there, but we're starting to consolidate our territory a bit better, and if we can take this back, we're going to free up all of these troops to then hold the north. So maybe we'll have the opportunity here. Wasn't that artillery guy weaker than the other one? Oh, yes, he was. You're right. Yes, we'll get Edward Milford. Wasting a little bit of political power, but so goes. So click on you to get rid of you. And we'll grab Milford. Lovely. And they're trying to counter encircle us. Because we're not leaving any troops up there because we just don't have enough divisions. Fulcrum dispute. What began as a dispute over the loading of pig iron that's ignited something far greater. Workers across Australia are walking off the job in solidarity to find both government and industry. As strikes spread and tensions rise, the crisis spirals and demands the resignation of those in power. And so, having failed entirely to control the situation, the government does just that, leaving the position of ruling party open for the Communist Party of Australia to claim. And claim it we shall. And boom! We are now communist. Jack Miles is in charge. And we can get these without any strikes. War support would actually get us to 28. That would allow me to get partial mobilization. That's so tempting. But I also need to be focusing more on this, because we need the firepower in Spain if we expect to win that. This will also allow us to get another manpower law, though so far we're actually doing okay on manpower. I don't need the extra volunteers yet. So let's do picket line to front line. As the intimidation tactics of those opposing working class liberation grow ever more aggressive, our own defences must evolve in response. With each incident, workers become more determined and increasing numbers are stepping forward to join the Defence Corps. Madrid's open again, though they do have a unit not defending it for some reason. I mean, we're already kind of open here. We have to take this, otherwise they can get a connection. So let's... oops. Reduce our frontage here. What are casualties like in this war? I suspect that we are getting hammered. Oh, actually, it's a bit closer than I expected. They unfortunately do still have a lot of factories, but if we manage to take the south, then I'm going to say we're in a good spot. If. Right now our attacks are faltering a bit. I think because we are too spread out. Oh, you're attacking the wrong way. These Portuguese troops. Oh, this is an unplanned offensive. Alright, so we got concentrated industry. These are all too far ahead of time. We could get radio. But I think that getting improved infantry equipment is probably a better choice. The Soviets are primarily up there in the north.
Don't pull up yet.
10 more experience, then we can get the volunteer buff. This is so dangerous. Pushing us here again. France and Britain announced an alliance, jolly good.
Shift it.
We're taking Madrid again. And they've connected again. Damn it! This is very dangerous. This offensive has completely failed. Going to get Madrid back. This is really dangerous. So it's just this guy holding all of this.
Eyes on him. Keep going. Get back.
And him.
Bugger this.
We may be screwed. Because these are being attacked by... No, the Germans are attacking there.
What's the go?
Just
Get back. Get going.
we may be boned. Because you're about to fall back.
What's the go? Get out of here.
Oh, crap. Fuck.
Remember.
We have just Toledo for supply here, and it's not connected to anything, so we are out of supply. These 3 divisions may well be dead. In fact, they almost certainly are, because they keep on attacking us. Move south, you idiots! From picket line to front line. So now we could get to partial mobilization. We just need the political power for it. In the meantime, I think we do permanent military forces. Australia's primarily military force is the militia, tasked with defending the mainland. However, in this time of rising global tension, it is prudent to establish a cadre of professional officers and soldiers, many of whom gained experience during the Great War. Even if initially serving in a reserve capacity, this force would provide permanence and a standardized level of training. Yeah, this is not looking good. Now we're in our own pocket. Fantastic. Cross the river before more reinforcements arrive.
Get in there. Get going.
Yes! Ha ha!
Boy, listen.
Australia! Alright, and now we prepare the counter-attack. And also infantry expert.
Yeah.
Well done, team. So I think we're going to attack from here because it's a bit more stable. Oh man, the great escape. That really was. That's cut off again.
Stick it out.
Permanent military forces, and then this second Australian Imperial Force. Australia deployed the first Australian Imperial Force during the Great War, sending troops abroad to fight. With war once again threatening to engulf the world, we should raise a second Imperial Force to demonstrate Australian strength overseas. So this will give us 2 more expeditionary leaders and also start buffing the attack on and defense on Encore. We do still have Citizen Army, but we are starting to counter that. So we're actually only on -5 right now, which is in fact +5 because of our expeditionary leader, McKay. I would really like to break them up if I can.
Now shift it. Got eyes on him. Hello.
I'm not so sure it's going to be feasible.
Don't go up yet.
Can't save them. Nor can we save the Soviets up there. Big loss for the communist side. And before I forget, we should get the intervention specialists. Heck, what we can out of this situation. Encirclement, Valencia is under threat. Do I want to go fight for Valencia? The 1938 sesquicentenary Earlier today, the commemoration of the 1938 sesquicentenary unfolded in the pageant Australia's March of Nationhood traversed through Sydney's main streets. A protest was held at Australia Hall. Aboriginal rights activists groups gathered to call attention to the fact that the 150th anniversary not only marked the beginning of British colonisation, but also the constitutional discrimination of Aboriginal peoples. The activists demanded new laws for the education and care for Aboriginal people, as well as a new policy to allow for the elevation of Indigenous people to full citizen status. And so the New Deal is now available. And in fact, we're communists, so the populated parish path is going to be really good for us because we can get the immediate rates. Oh! Populated parish has changed quite significantly too, actually. Because we realised that the monthly population buffs were tiny and basically had no effect. So we've added a bunch of new things, like the weekly manpower and the recruitable population instead. Well, in addition to. So yeah, populated parish is now really powerful, especially if you're communist. Push through both of those to save them. Which seems unlikely, considering how hard we're being pushed. You know what? I think I'm going to go and defend the lens here.
Stick it out! Got eyes on him. Getting out of here! All set. Good to go.
Now we just dig in and hope for the best. Not much more we can do in this situation. Can I send more troops? I can get more troops, but I would still have a volunteer limit of 3. The next thing that we would need to get to send more volunteers would be for the greater good. But for that we need 65% communist support. We are currently at 63. The Italians and the Germans are attacking us here. I'm actually doing a pretty good job of it, so let's try and hold that. So now we just need to dig. Dig, dig, dig. Shouldn't have production efficiency, I should have drawn that. Never mind. Equipment shortages are not my problem right now, and you know what? No, this is defense. We want defense. This also upgrades the regimental support units. Alright, Citizen Defence Military Forces Act. So this removes the Citizen Army penalty, or remains of it. Until now, only volunteer professional soldiers could be deployed overseas. As the conflict continues to escalate, we must establish the legal framework to allow militia units to serve abroad if required. I think this is quite possibly the worst that I've seen the Spanish Civil War go for quite a long time. Losing all of the Soviet troops over there is a real blow. And will be a blow for Barbarossa too. Just doing some damage. Computing machine is done. You know what else I should get? I should get field hospitals and logistics companies. And radio. Let's go radio.
All set.
You guys finished training? You did not. Go ahead and do that. Now I can get partial mobilization, we 100% should. And with partial mobilization we can start building factories. Which we 100% should. Nine civs. There's the 25 pounder, so we can upgrade to the bigger guns. And could start producing AA. In fact, we probably should. These are less than a year ahead of time. Let's get construction going. You're about to get cut in half again. We're gonna try to defend the Malaga pocket as best, sorry, the Valencia pocket as best we can. But we need to make sure that we give ourselves a way out.
Rip into it.
Valencia's being hit really hard. So Valencia just fell. Once Malaga goes, this war is over. That's actually very annoying that Valencia fell. I was hoping we'd hold on to that.
Now shift it. What's the go?
You know what? No.
Rip into it. Keep going.
I want to hold on to Alicante because it's a port. And it would be rather bad if we lose control of that. Malaga's fallen. This war should be over on in its mercy. That much.
Let's go.
Well, once we get this, our forces should be a fair bit stronger. Is there any other support we needed? Yeah, engineers. Oh, we could have done with engineers a while ago. The extra entrenchment. Oh well. Meanwhile, so we've actually got all the military focuses that I wanted. We could start on the Anzac Spirit, but I think what we should do is part with the colonizer, which will split us away from the Allies. And then we can start on all of these. The root of our struggle lies with the British Empire and the capitalist system it imposed so far. No longer with Britain distracted by crises closer to home, now is the time to seize our destiny and chart our own course as a free and independent nation. Soviets are actually shipping in more and more troops. We gained any levels. We had a really bad civil war. Ugh. Horrible. It was the cutoff that we suffered up here. As soon as that happened, I was like, we've lost. I called it! I called it! Manpower is also struggling a little bit now.
Good to go.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say defend those two positions. I want Mercia to fall, but I don't want these two to fall. To give ourselves the ability... No! Damn it! To fall back somewhere. Okay, change of plan. Defend those two. And there we are, we have parted with the colonizer, so we are now free! So let's make common cause and create the Commonwealth. Let's call it a draw. Under our leadership, the Commonwealth has begun to prosper, guided by the light of socialism out of the darkness of capitalist oppression. At this critical moment, we must ensure our will is not broken, and that we march together towards a better tomorrow.
All set.
Alicante's fallen. There we go. We got out. We got out. That's the important thing. We were not ourselves surrounded. Oh, two. Very close shaves there. Ah. Alright, so what's next? Chinese Soviet Republic could probably use some help. Ah, I need at least 7 divisions. Oh, which just means I need to get back home. I can do that. Hi, enjoying the expansion? I think that this is the greatest expansion created by Paradox since No Compromise, No Surrender. Might be slightly biased. Slightly. Oh, you were saying hi to default, not to me. I'm still going to keep that answer, though. Alright, so, Owen Gun. Owen Gun would be a really good get for us, actually. So yes, go ahead and do that. We're down to just 5,000 manpower. You guys are returned home. Let's send McKay up again. And in fact, we do now have Wooten and Vasey, both of whom are also expeditionary leaders. Hi Mordred, played Philippines 2 days ago and the decision to get cause and focus on the claims have broken with the new map changes in Indonesia. You know what to do. Make a bug report. Have trouble finding second branch options in Australia and non-democrat Indonesia. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Right. We could go to limited conscription. Troops have arrived. And I think what we are gonna do is try to push these guys out of Yulin. And considering their supply situation, I don't think that's going to be that difficult. And then we'll just defend this northern reaches against the Japanese. Just going to let the planning prep increase. Come on. Just a little more. Oh, dead easy. Now they're counter-attacking, but that's okay. The Fourth Internationale, a number of communist delegates from around the world, met in Paris today, for a founding conference laying the groundwork for what is to be known as the Fourth Internationale. Calls for its formation have existed for years, with supporters of Trotsky's theories taking the lead. Let's see if we can get to the river. Common cause. So now we can do Red Fred to get our better leader in. Borderless Solidarity, which would give us the intelligence agency. I think what we probably want to do is Red Fred and then start working on these. Although for the greater good, having some more volunteer divisions being sent out would also be nice. Or, better yet, populate a parish. When the Great Depression struck, birth rates declined rapidly and have ever since struggled to recover. In the purpose of continued domestic development, we shall establish a federal Department of Immigration to conduct and oversee new immigration program. And with that, we're going to start training divisions. And yes, I know we don't have enough manpower for it, but we will.
Set.
He hops a barbed wire. Well, that was familiar. Radio. So we could get improved radio. But I think at this point I really want to start working on the tank research, so we're going to go infantry tanks with Vulcan. So these are proving to be a far tougher nut to crack. Fighting in the desert. But we are winning now.
Righto.
If we can push up to Mongolia, we would shorten the line here a fair bit. Ivan McKay has fallen ill. That is a tragedy. He just hit level 4 as well. And he has an officer corps role. So we currently have an infantry specialist. I suspect Ivan McKay is going to exceed that guy's ability as a specialist. So we're going to make you an infantry specialist. And we're just going to replace you with McKay. Sorry, Arthur Allen.
Going.
We could go up in manpower law, but really kind of don't want to. How are we doing for resources? We're doing just fine. Munich Agreement. Although what we could do is get the Port Kemmler blast furnace. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's start beefing up our steel production.
Keep going.
You guys are ready for another offensive.
What's the go? Good to go. Get going.
This will actually surround these guys. Losing 2 Japanese divisions is going to suck for them.
Now shift it. Rip into her.
And there we go. Pop goes the weasel. Boom.
Yeah.
Ah. So, do we want to push north? Or do we want to fight somewhere else? Like over here.
Listen up.
Just want to go where the supply is decent. Is my main problem. Oh, good point.
Righto.
That was just me forgetting. Because yes, we want Blamey to take the field. And we might even want to make Moorshead a field marshal so we can have more than one volunteer unit out at a time. I think that's probably a decent plan. And if we were to make a third one, Herbert Berryman probably, because they're already organisers, so they would get logistics wizard straight away. Or Northcott, though Northcott's already armour specialist. So he would be good as an actual tank commander. Oh, there's Milford. So Milford can actually get better at artillery. That's interesting. Well, and there's Arthur Allen, so he could also get better at infantry. Although I don't think he's ever going to eclipse... Okay. What do you gain out of fighting in Spain? Those places, don't you want to preserve manpower and equipment for later? So experience is the main thing. I'm trying to get my doctrines set up. And also, I'm just trying to flip more people communist, because I am Communist Australia. So I'm fighting for anyone who is a communist at the moment without actually being drawn into any wars. That's my plan right now, is to basically not actually go to war, just send volunteers everywhere. Because as Australia, we have the expeditionary leaders, which are very powerful. I think there's one with commando. No, Bennett would be another good field marshal, actually, with his ridiculous attack. I'd actually make him one. Yeah. Gordon Bennett. Alright. Commando. Jungle Rat. Oh no, we have no commandos, we have jungle rats instead. And that's because... Oh, I could have given commando to someone. Yeah, I just didn't. Have I wasted time here? I haven't. It's good. So we got Populator Parish. I think the next one I want is Recruitment Drive. Although the earlier that we get the weekly manpower buffs, the better. So actually I think we'll do New Deal, Immediate Rights, Repeal Immigration Restrictions, Recruitment, Women's Armed Services, then Diverse Army. The protest that took place on Australian People's Republic's 150th sesquicentenary made it evident that our laws concerning Indigenous citizens must be reconsidered. At the request of Aboriginal rights activists, we should meet with them to determine together a pathway towards full citizenship for the Indigenous peoples. And I did say that I wanted to get Special Forces. I probably still will. Queen Maud of Norway has died. While on a visit to England to see her family and brother King George V, Queen Consort of Norway and Princess of Wales before that has died of a heart attack in her sleep. Oh. Now we are recruiting up to 2% manpower, so we are actually gaining manpower again, which is why these guys have started training. So that's good. Meanwhile, the Japanese offensives here in the north seem to have stalled ever since the mighty Australians have arrived. Let's give them some planning preps to do. And then what we're going to want to do is red Fred and then start working on these. Legion of Honor, if unit commander supply consumption reduction. That's cool. Oh, if unit commander. Right, because he's gained the medal. I promoted him. He will be an infantry officer. But I think that we have enough generals where that's not really necessary. Okay, so we gained some more steel, so our steel production is now pretty good. New deal has been done. So I think we're going to grab immediate rights, just to start that ticking 200 weekly manpower, which will be really quite potent for us. No population group within the Australian People's Republic shall be regulated by the Federation, and no heritage shall restrict one's grant of civil rights. By establishing our own Citizenship Act and moving away from the notion that our population consists merely of British subjects, Australian rights shall no longer be conditional. And with that, we should be good to go on the communist path after this. And you guys are actually training a bunch of troops at the moment, so I think Communist China is feeling pretty comfortable, which is good. Mission accomplished. The other thing we could do is start stacking on some more artillery to make use of the soft attack buffs. That's a lot of soft attack. This is going to tank our organisation somewhat dramatically, but I think that this is the kind of upgrade we actually want to do. And we are also going to want to start getting some anti-air batteries. We have the equipment for it, now we just need the manpower. Speaking of which, we need to prioritise you, so you get the priority. Concentrated Industry 3 sounds good. Still building civies, that's good. It is January 39, so things are going to start kicking off soon. Shaanxi is actually quite a communist. Cool. Okay, immediate right. So we're now just going to be gaining ticking manpower. I think I am going to repeal the immigration restrictions as well. So we get the ticking manpower from both of those. The other weekly manpowers are all the way into Vice Army, which I would need to get both of these. That's a bit too much. The Department of Immigration is constrained by outdated laws that determine who is permitted to immigrate to the Australian People's Republic. Despite the risk of provoking controversy, we shall repeal these laws and establish a quota system to control the flow of immigrants instead. Oh, we have a short-term goal. Right, because we are the leader of the Commonwealth. I still really like that name. Expand the faction. Be in a faction with at least 5 members. Have at least 1,000 convoys. Have at least one of each facility. Have at least 30 land forts, coastal forts. Have at least 50 armour battalions with at least 90% equipment. at least 250 infantry battalions, currently 140. I mean, that one might be doable. And these are declare wars, which we're not going to do. I think what we want to do is expand the faction to at least 5. Chilean earthquake.
Boss?
So you guys are gaining your artillery. We're actually a bit short artillery at the moment, but that's kind of okay. I think we have enough support equipment. We are going to instead produce some trucks. Furthermore, I'm going to go ahead and commandeer those civilian trains. We have loads of stability at the moment, so I don't foresee that being a problem. I would hate to step out of line in communist Australia. The Simpson Desert Gulag would be even worse than any Siberian gulags. Yeah, that's true. At least if things are too cold, you can warm yourself up. But if things are too hot, it's very difficult to cool down. As much of Europe is finding out right now.
All set.
So, the mechanics down here, Australian Commonwealth, will allow me to start infiltrating New Zealand, Malaysia, Burma, and once I have all of those, India, as well as Indonesia and the Philippines. And if we flip them communist, they become a puppet of ours, which means they're in the faction. So that's why I want to start working on these, but I know that they can be a bit difficult, which was part of the reason why I wanted to test this playthrough. See if there are any changes I can make. Right, let's get these machine tools. Basic heavy tanks are almost done. And we can start making our own guns, which is good. Okay, immigration restrictions have been now repealed, so I think we're good on the recruitment side. We're gaining 450 manpower a week. So let's go ahead and grab Red Fred. Fred Patterson first rose to prominence in the communist movement as a candidate for mayor of Brisbane in 1934, where he was soundly defeated. His ambitions remain undimmed, however, and he now stands for election as the alderman of Townsville. With that support, he became the first communist elected to public office. Should probably change that description. He used to come a lot earlier. Mass rifle production, done. We actually did a pretty significant overhaul of the communist tree like 2 weeks before we released. So this is pretty much as we designed it, but this has been changed a lot. So it actually used to be 2 mutually exclusive paths, the Australian Commonwealth and Comrade Emancipated. Plus there was more stuff up here to do, like Red Fred, who actually came much earlier. But then it basically meant you flip communist and then immediately get Red Fred. So it was rare you'd actually even see Jack Miles, and we kind of wanted to make more use of him. Yes, that's less than a year, just. And we decided it was more fun to try to infiltrate and take over more places, which is why we've made these no longer mutually exclusive. So it used to be Australian Commonwealth, Irish Anti-British Pact, and basically this on one path. Then Comrade Emancipated, Chinese relations westward of battles and Comintern on the other. And Stretch of the Fleet, I think, was on the Soviet path as well. Why don't the UAP start with a vote victory if you go Democratic path? Technically, they've already won an in-game election. Yeah, but that was before the game starts. We only count stuff after the game starts. Breakthrough, reliability. So none of these are production efficiency. We really need to get down to there. We could design a very cheap heavy tank. Although we do not have the production capabilities to actually make use of it, so nah. Right, I was going to try to start making some AA, and I think I will. And you know what? There is no real downside to going to limited conscription. That just gives us 1% more manpower at a time that we kind of need it. Not bad. So let's go with the Australian Commonwealth and start infiltrating New Zealand, Malaysia and Burma. Britain once claimed the mantle of leadership over the Commonwealth, but its vision has been corrupted by capitalist interests. We will seize that role and lead the nations towards a shared socialist utopia. The other thing we probably want to do is get political power gain. Because this is apparently where things get really expensive. Because up until now, I think that the political power is slightly overtuned. You get a bit too much than you should actually need. Base of Czechoslovakia. German troops have crossed into Bohemia and Moravia, ostensibly to restore order in the regions in the wake of the collapsing Czechoslovakian government. The fact I can't interact with the democratic stuff until September 37 is kind of boring. Well, you can. You have the bit that's at the top, above the elections thing. That's basically the UAP up to this point.
Attention.
Japanese are really trying to push down there in China, but up here, just not. Tonga supply hub. No, but it does have the wall.
All set.
This is all part of Shaanxi. Let's see if we can get that back for you. The short answer is, yep. Zog submits to Italy. Carpathia, Ukraine was annexed by Hungary. We have some Japanese cavalry defending there. Actually a little surprised by how effective our units are. Although these are some very chunky units now with the amount of artillery I've added. So their soft attack is kind of scary. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Oh, and they also have full planning, which is helping. And they have their experience buffs. So, if we were to push again, where would we want it to go? Basically, just grab these. This is fighting for China, which I don't care about.
What's the go?
We're at 88% manpower, so we definitely need some more of that as well. Are we fully recruited? No, we're not. I'm going up to 3%. We're at 2.58. Okay. Hearing Andrew's voice will always mess with me. I know, right? I think he did such a good job in the trailer, though. Like the release trailer. So our audio guy, who does most of the audio for Hoi, is Australian, and he did the voices. So the Australian soldiers...
Hello. What's the go?
That's Andrew. We work with him.
Boy, listen up.
So continue pushing. We want to take these two. Because then Shaanxi has all of its starting territory. Oh, shoot. National focus. So we've got the Australian Commonwealth, so we need to take a look at those actions in just a moment. In the meantime... Yes, we can do a Comrade Emancipated. Across the world, many nations still remain bound by the chains of capitalism. Their people denied true freedom. As a free socialist state, it is our duty to aid in their emancipation. Workers of the world, unite, and we shall cast off these chains together. So we can now do some infiltrations, and I think the first logical one to go for will be New Zealand. So this costs 75 political power. Grants foreign communist influence, which gives stability reduction but gains communist support for 180 days. And we can do a doctrine at last. So we are doing heavy tanks, infantry, and artillery. So I kind of feel like maybe we should be focusing the artillery at the moment. So fire concentration might be useful for us because this does come with the combat width reduction. Boosts line artillery 5%, more organization for line artillery, defense, infantry gun, soft attack and breakthrough. Entrenchment from line artillery, that's kind of cool. This is just a 10% flat soft attack. But these buffs are really for the motorized, which we don't have. Air cavalry, if we had helicopters, would be really nice. Mobile recon and assault, again this is motorized. Self-propelled support, if we went self-propelled artillery we could do that. Or field engineering if we were being way more defensive than we are. Although with this one, engineers do give artillery plus 10 support, soft attack and defense. Infantry guns, defense and soft attack. But no, I think fire concentration just makes the most sense here. So we'll grab that, and then after that we'll probably do one of the operations and then infantry. Molotov-Ribbentrop done. And there we are. We have got the borders of Shaanxi. These are Chinese counterattacks. Who's attacking here? This might be a Japanese offensive. Let's go bolster them. Oh, this is all Shaanxi as well. Shaanxi is bigger than I realised. Yeah, this was them attacking. This, however, is a counterattack. I don't want to know how bad the supply here will be, though. Because it's going to be bad. Concentrated industry is done. So those are all finished. So now I think that we really want to focus on upgrading our heavy tanks. Our industry is slowly but surely getting going. We do still need to do nationalisation, which we should probably do before too long. So I think maybe we do Comrade Emancipated, and then All for One, Workers' Educational Association, All for One, and further south. Okay, they are actually attacking us here.
Yeah, yeah.
Good, so we're actually gaining some experience. Because up till now we haven't been. More infantry! Perfect. Go ahead and deploy you. I would very much like for you to join that unit. Then this unit, you should probably deploy around here in the south. And do that. So you're always sitting on supply, and then do some drilling. You are definitely being attacked.
All set.
And we're at our full recruitment again now. So, International Workers' Solidarity March would extend the duration of the foreign communist influence by 60 days in all currently infiltrated nations, which at the moment is just New Zealand. So what we should probably do is, one, check when this runs out. January. Okay, we've got loads of time. So what we probably want to do is trigger this in Malaya, Burma, and then basically just keep on doing the solidarity marches.
Orders, boss.
So you guys are now fully prepared for an offensive. We're still waiting for you to get all of your manpower back. We are still a little short on artillery. We do have a bunch of anti-air. Be 105. Yeah, you know what? Do it. It's fine. We got emancipated. So now we're doing industrial. Because we really need to get some of those done. We could also do Lithgow and some of these to get the military factories. All for one and more for me has long been the rallying cry of the bourgeoisie. The greed demanding ever more while giving back less and less. The promise that wealth will flow downwards is a lie. It must be shared equally, by all and for all. I liked writing that one too. Counterattack? Doesn't go well. That's a lot. Oh, okay. It's because we're attacking in the desert in August. Poland refuses the German ultimatum. So World War II is kicked off. However, we are not in the Allies, so we don't care. Advanced machine tools, so let's go ahead and grab better armor. One of these days we should really do a medium armor build. I'd forgotten, New South Wales Government MIO is really strong. 20% extra armor for medium tanks. Yeah, we should definitely do that one of these days. Mechanized and mediums.
Now shift it.
And we still could. Although we're currently trying to get improved heavies. Just switch to mediums. A little late. United States blocks oil shipments. The United says taking the bold and outrageous step to completely blockade. Capital warships are being sighted outside of Caracas, and the Venezuelan government has supposedly been informed that a full blockade has been enacted to stop oil trade between the countries.
That's it.
So we do fend off the odd attack here, but they never amount to much. Just because the state of supply up here is so nasty. So I think what I might do is say, let's guard those 3 provinces instead. So I think you two have got this. These attacks are never going to achieve much. Fall of Warsaw. German forces advancing in Poland have succeeded in capturing Warsaw. Poland didn't stand a chance. And there goes Poland. Meanwhile, we can infiltrate again. And we should. So let's get Burma. And then after this, we're going to do the solidarity marches. So New Zealand, communists currently 10, Malaysia 44, and then Burma. Okay.
Ready, boss.
And what I was kind of hoping is that we would be under constant attack here in Datong, so we're just getting free experience basically for fighting there. So far it really does feel like China's successfully holding the Japanese at bay. We can
Orders, boss.
motorize you. I think we probably should. It's not going to cost us a huge amount. Needed still 0. Basic engines done. Let's get improved engines then. If anyone wants to hear a really dumb idea about what to do, here it comes. The last few days of extreme heatwave decided to remove and put in a new door located badly. Only 2 people, extremely dumb idea. You will fry and it's really not nice. Don't ask me how I know this. Old door was a glass door outside sitting place, but there is like 40 centimeters from the floor up from the door, so the new 3-layered 60-kilogram glass door also needed to be lifted up there in the direct sun. Oh dear. Sounds like you timed that change perfectly. I still never got logistics companies. We should get logistics companies and also field hospitals. All for one and more for me. Done. So now we could do the abolition of private property. Once we have that, we can do nationalisation. This also removes the last vestiges of the Great Depression, which is costing me 20% consumer goods. We did do these a bit late. I should have prioritised these a bit more. The gears of industry are oiled with the blood of the workers. We must put an end to the brutality of accumulation and abolish private property entirely. Everything will be shared, from each according to their ability, to each according to their need. Nationalisation is free. One of the bits of feedback we got from QA was it feels really bad to have to pay political power for a decision which gives you minus 30% to your output. And I agreed with them. So it went from, I think, 100 political power to 0. All in Nanjing. Let's organise the International Workers' Solidarity March. So that has automatically increased your communist influence to the 18th of March. May. June. One thing I will say is I think that the instigate revolutions should be cheaper. 150 is a lot. So at the moment we are paying a lot as a Vulcan. So what do you think would be a more fair price? Make it 75 as well? Part of the reason to make it a different number though is so it stands out from the infiltrates. Maybe 100? Not trying to get the Dutch East Indies in the Philippines too. I will. Problem is, price. I am now seeing the problem in terms of political power. Although having the auto-update helps. Improved armor protection. I think the other thing that would really help would be some socialist advisors later on that give you political power. Ooh. Or even when you get Peterson, maybe instead of stability, he gives political power gain. Patterson, sorry. Peterson is the fascist. That's probably the best idea. Okay, traits. Soft attack or hard attack? Soft attack. And then I think once we have got both of these, and you, so all three of these, we'll actually be in a pretty good spot to create a heavy tank. And then the problem will be making them all. Do you think abolition private property should be at 35, not a 70? It's long. Half tempted to make these two 35 as well. I probably should. The main reason I don't want to change these is because their effects are really strong, and I want you to have to counteract the nationalization. Speaking of nationalization, it is time. So we've begun nationalization, we now have the minus 30%, and we can begin working on these. I think the first thing I want to do is the centralized production to get all of those factories and the efficiency retention. Market forces are chaotic and unequal. If we are to build a truly fair society, the state must take the central role in determining what is produced, by whom and where. Our bureaucracy maintains meticulous records and is best positioned to set production quotas. Because we're not really planning to go to war until Japan declares war on us, and actually, us fighting them in China is a good thing because it's weakening them. Means that the Japan, when it decides to go south, is also that much weaker. I want better AA. Really feels like the Japanese are being pushed back here. This is a very weak Japan. Very strong Spain, but a weak Japan. White Death is done. We're gaining manpower. Good. That means you guys are at full strength. So I guess I could try pushing north again. Oh, this is a supply. No, it's a 0. Never mind. Supply up there. I'm not connected to anything. Ooh, you very nearly got Organizer, that's good. Gaining some more experience as well. Question, why is the first focus of the Navy branch for 2 dockyards, 35 days, while Cockatoo and the other one, which give you 2 dockyards, each is 70? I think they're 35 now. No, they're not. Oh, it's because I made these 35 instead. But yeah, the main reason is I want you to take this, so that you can get into this branch, but these ones do give you extra dockyards, and also they do give you the Cockatoo upgrade and the Deacon Company upgrade, so you're getting the MIOs as well. So it's not just the dockyards you're getting. German Reich declared war on Denmark. Let's not attack. Okay, thank you. I want to continue pushing north. Finland and the Soviets made peace. Improved heavy tanks. Okay, let's go ahead and get the improved artillery upgrade, so we can continue to get bigger guns. Now I am fully expecting the supply there to be absolutely atrocious. Oh, there's a supply out. If we can cut that off, that would be really good. But I think I want to continue pushing up this way, it should be better supply. Meanwhile, production efficiency and cap. Gain and cap would be nice. So once centralized production is done, I think what we're gonna do at that point is... Damn it! I took it back. Get the tanks. Research the tanks and start producing them. Not attack that way. And there we are. We've got the improved heavy tanks. Nice. So at this point, I think we get improved radio. It is March. We should do another solidarity. March. This is actually... I'm starting to realize a weakness here. This is costing you more than the days you get back. And because our political power gain is not amazing, that is causing us some problems. So yeah, I definitely see the complaints. I understand them. I'm wondering whether the infiltrate should be dropped down to a 50. And then the revolution to be 75s. And the instigate marches should be... If I just disconnect my microphone, I'll do it. So let's make infiltrate 75. Let's make the... Wait, they're already 75. I read the wrong thing. So the infiltrates are going to go to 50. The instigates... will go to 75. No, keep those at 100. Yeah, so it's 50, 100. The marches... The thing with the marches is you are gaining it in multiple countries, so it's not just one country. So you are technically gaining political power back. And if we make the change where Patterson is gaining additional political power per day, that should balance itself out. I think I'm going to make him gain 0.2 a day. Yeah. I've lost my order. Let's do... Go to here. Because my audio jack is plugged into my keyboard, so if I move my keyboard, sometimes it can cut out. Punch through here, especially with you reinforcing. Yeah, we got this. We got this. We got this. Now we just need to hold it. Okay, centralized production is done. So next up, public institutions and free healthcare. So what we could do, if we wanted to get rid of nationalisation really fast, centralised production, planned extraction, Publix Australia, done. But then we would miss out on all of these other things, and these buffs are really nice and I want them. So public institutions is going to give us extra research speed and 4 more building slots. Society requires many essential services to function, from healthcare and housing to childcare and transport. The state must provide these universally, ensuring access for all without restriction. Freed from the imperative to generate private profits, these systems can operate efficiently and serve the needs of the whole population. Bulgarian government supports IMRO, and we've got 2 mills. So, let's design a tank. We want this bad boy to be cheap, like a budgie. So, torsion bar, diesel engine, heavy turret, but I think I might just go for a 2-man. Heavy armament, basic heavy gun. Let's slow us down. Yeah, I think basic heavy gun's fine. And then radio. Probably sloped armor, though that does increase the cost. That is a very basic heavy tank. Good reliability, so it's not going to take much attrition. Soft attack, hard attack, high piercing, Extremely good hardness and armor. Good breakthrough. A bit of defense. Moves at 4 kilometers per hour, which is fine. That's as fast as my infantry move anyway. And it costs 19 production. Done. Build them. Make it happen. Then what we'll have to do is add heavy tanks. Flashing them on. I have no idea. Going to call these guys the Crocodile Hunters, and we're going to give them the Aussie hat. These are going to have the heavy tanks. We'll slowly but surely upgrade to these templates. Engine, don't need the engine. Their speed is 4 kilometers per hour, which is as fast as infantry goes, and these are built to be infantry support. So every time we get 40 tanks, we can upgrade our divisions to the new Crocodile Hunter template. Don't think you need to guard that anymore. The supply here is going to be problematic. So the other thing we really need to research is supply hubs. Logistics support, that's the one. We got there eventually. And your order is currently a bit balked. So how about we redraw that? Lady Magnus coming in with a raid. Hello, Lady Magnus. How are things going? G'day, mate. What have you just been playing? You're currently witnessing the mighty Australian volunteers fighting in communist China. Because of course they are. I want logistics companies, please. And yes, realise that. Cronus, a new dawn. It's hot. It's mildly warm. You come from Florida. You should be used to this. Right, you're a New Yorker, but you lived in Florida. My bad. I think we might actually take piling now here, which is a really good thing because supply hub. And also encirclement of all of these. If we take it. Our guys are fighting hard, but I don't know that they'll manage. Luxembourg's capitulated. Counterattacks going on.
All set.
Netherlands has capitulated. Yeah, the supply out here is absolutely horrendous. I could send you some extra supplies. It's not like we're short of command power, so let's do that. One of the benefits of having a logistics wizard. That's the field marshal here. And through sheer will and lots of artillery, we're punching through. Germany declared war on Belgium, and there it is, the encirclement. Booyah. That is a very good get. Let's delete your orders. Let's try that again. Now we just need to hold these positions. Oh, yeah, he's beefing up. Awesome. And yeah, central air. Yeah, fair enough. How hot is it there? It's 27 today, 30 tomorrow, Celsius.
Boy, listen up.
But I'm still lucky the sun hasn't started to hit my windows yet. I've got a fan blasting behind me. Belgium's capitulated, and also all of my windows are open. So at the moment my neighbours are getting a lovely third-person rendition of this stream.
All set.
Staff office plan, let's get these planning preps done quickly, and then we can push and remove these guys. I just hope that we don't lose the supply hub here. I also hope that the AI goes ahead and connects this, although because it goes through 3 different countries, I'm not sure they will. The planning prep is done, let's go ahead and counter. Oh yeah, look at them just fall. We've got the first level of fire concentration, so this gives us extra defense in the line infantry. Nice. Formation of the Greater East Asia Co-Prosperity Sphere. Moved artillery upgrade. So I can organise another march. This puts us good until the 27th. Oh, sorry, the 7th of September. I think I need to instigate some revolutions, though. Oh, none of them are available. Because of the cost. So hopefully we're able to afford all of that. Yes, I'll go for the bigger Bofors.
Boy, listen up.
France has capitulated. Things don't seem to be going very well in Europe. Flight of Rudolf Hess. So we need 30%. You're at 37. You're at 32. So actually New Zealand is only just eligible. Malaya's very. So I think we should do this to New Zealand as soon as we can. Public institutions, done. Maritime Commissions gives us naval stuff. You give us resource efficiency upgrades and also access to Pilbara, which we don't have the means to do anything with right now. So I think what I'm going to do is... we have manpower. So let's get the research slot. To maximize the effectiveness of our research institutions, the state must serve as the primary source of funding, directing efforts where they are needed the most, and ensuring that information remains tightly controlled. After all, we cannot risk our citizens being troubled by the wrong ideas. Soviet-German trade agreement. And there we are. We are definitely having an effect over here. Ah, but they took Pine Mao back. No, that's still ours, never mind. Yeah, I really don't want to fight anymore up there if I can avoid it. Best spot maybe here. I think I've kind of given up on my supposed neutrality in this conflict. We're just here to knock the Japanese down if we can. We've heard them doing a little bit of saber rattling. We're a little afraid of what Germany's doing, and, you know, Japan might try to do the same thing. Oh, it's 20% support, not 30. Okay, we should be fine. Maybe I'll increase that to 30 if we're making this generally easier. let's do that. Make that a 30 instead of a 20. They're actually attacking us here. I'm kind of okay with that. We have our planning prep, so let's just go for it. We can stack a lot of soft attack. Artillery shortage is being overcome. Heavy tanks, we're halfway to our first division. This should be getting us. Oh, New Zealand, New Zealand, New Zealand. Do it. I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4. Just one. Yeah, it does work. Need 3 split out.
Well, I'm getting.
Logistics company, marvelous. I would very much like to get material recycling. And I think probably logistics 2, quite honestly. Probably recon 2, actually, thinking about it. So we want to put logistics in these units, together with the heavy tanks. Do I really want to spend the extra here? No, because we are slowly but surely transitioning to just crocodile hunters. It's just a matter of tank production.
Yeah.
Kingdom of Hungary joins the Germans. Supply hubs back here. Ah, we should go for Shemen.
Ready, boss.
Supply hub right there, and that would be super handy for us. So let's move on down there. Don't need artillery support units in the template after the added line artillery. Am I reading wrong? No, you're correct. Except that's not going to cost me extra. Hang on. Do this and then this. That costs 0. I should have done that. You know. This is eating up another 10. When we have spare army experience, we'll revisit that. But right now, I really want to get the doctrines. State research funding is done. Well, let's go ahead and get the free healthcare policy so we can get some more manpower. Our people deserve to be free from disease and injury, and should the worst happen, they must not be beggared by misfortune as it happens in other societies. We will provide universal access to healthcare, hospitals and doctors, for healthy people are a productive people. And we've got another research slot. We're going to go for the recon companies because they provide extra artillery damage. Legionary Romania cedes Bessarabia to the Soviet Union. Soviet Union claims Bessarabia.
Ready, boss.
I'm kind of wondering if I want my first heavy tank Unit deployed in New Zealand. Canberra. Earlier today, a Lockheed Hudson aircraft crashed just outside of Canberra. Among the 10 people on board were the Chief of the Army and his staff, who were answering a summons to a cabinet meeting. They and the flight crew have all tragically perished. What caused the crash is a mystery. The weather offered ideal flying conditions, and the flight was piloted by the experienced RAAF officer, Flight Lieutenant Robert Hitchcock. Regardless of the cause, it's a grim day for the entire nation, not least for the family and the friends of the victims, and Australia now looks to its leaders. How will they respond? So one thing we have changed is Canberra Air Disaster no longer has the cabinet trust mechanics for communists. We removed it. You've already flipped government. You don't need it. You've already got a pretty stable regime in charge. So cabinet trust really didn't do anything interesting for you. So we got rid of it. Oh, shoot. We're behind the times in research. That is not ideal. And you can also upgrade AA. 32 tanks. 2. 1. Okay, so the Dominion of New Zealand is up against the People's Republic of Aotearoa. So what we want to do is send volunteers to you. With Elsie Farrelly in charge. And they have special statuses. Oh no, they are actually... They're allied with them, but I don't think I can call them in. Their civil wars don't show up here. I guess because it's... What doesn't show up there? It does. They're just not considered part of a faction, so I don't know... Okay, so you're still at war with the Axis, but you're not at war with the Allies, because it's civil war. So we did do some magic behind the scenes to try to iron that out, so it was a little bit less confusing. Saw somewhere I said there was a minus 10,000 call ally decision. Yes, exactly. I just wanted to make sure it was working, which it is, because one of the other things we changed code-wise is making sure that the right people were being called, which was a significantly more difficult thing than you may expect. There we go. The Australians come and attack, and Shiman immediately falls. Bye-bye. Now we just need to hold on to it. Okay, you guys have arrived. So let's give you a Field Marshal, which is going to be Moore's-Head. And we're going to put Vasey in charge. Oh man, what a dream team. And you are here in the north. So let's make sure we take the island. And push south as quickly as possible. You guys are not fully drilled. Oh, because the logistics company, right. 38.
Ready, boss.
I think what I'm going to do is make you into a crocodile hunter.
Yeah.
And what you guys can do, staff office plan to get the planning prep, and we're just going to blast out and try to take down New Zealand as quickly as we possibly can. Research slot is available. Improved guns would seem like the optimal choice here. You, meanwhile, can get some upgrades. So you're a stubborn defender, so you can get unyielding defender. You also started with infantry leader, so we could immediately make you no. This is Moore's-Head, who's a field marshal. So I think we'll give you defensive doctrine and unyielding defender. And then we need you to try to get organizer. Right, we did just lose our Chief of Army. So I think what we probably want to do is save up for Blamey.
Yeah.
And attack. Crushed it. So this should fall pretty quickly. The real question is crossing the strait. That is apparently where people on the forums get stuck.
Ready, boss.
Oh, we've lost Schumann again. Guys! You had one job, hold it. It is the local supply hub.
Rip into him. Keep going.
So next, if you fight for Baping.
Hello.
You go. Don't go that way. Go that way. Mordred, do I have a special lab? I do not. No. And there we go. They've won, because we took Wellington. What was so hard about that? And with it... boom! People's Republic of Eotoria is in our faction. The Commonwealth is growing. And those guys have headed home. So now we just need to get 150 and then we go to the next place. And then the next place. And then the next place. Is this a widespread Japanese offensive? It is. Let's not get... oh, they've taken She-Man again!
Listen up.
Guys! One job! I think I'm literally going to just put you in there to defend it after this. Alright, so our volunteers have returned home.
Good to go.
Let's put you back in with them and have you drilling. You, meanwhile, have taken Wellington, so you have a medal. We're not going to spend the medal, though, because that costs political power, which I am very short of supply in right now. Actually, you know what would be wise? If we keep losing Shiman... I've cancelled your order. That's a mistake. What I should do is push out to take these. So that we have a an area of safety around it. Next up, let's get graziers to industry so we get that efficiency cap and base. During the Great Depression, our cities emptied as workers sought stability in the countryside. Now, with control of the means of production, we can draw them back into industry. We must impress upon them the nation's need that the furnaces of industry must be fed by the sweat of man. Meanwhile, we're actually back to building those. You know what we should do? We should build mills. It is time. 1940. What a time to industrialize.
What's the go?
Little marine division, they were not going to hold out there for very long. Siamese Empire declared war on Vichy France. And there we go. Shiman now has a nice little defensive pocket around it.
All set.
Anyways, we'll push back again. Does look like Japan's getting their act together a little bit. Do I have the unlimited iron mine yet? No, not yet. We're currently spending basically all of our political power trying to infiltrate other nations to bend them to our will. Yeah, I saw a report on the forum. It's like, I haven't got any advisors, haven't got any commanders, haven't been able to afford anything. I'm like, how? So the only thing I haven't done yet is go to war economy. But we have 3 advisors, we have partial mobilization, we have 3 generals, well, 3 high command. Do not know what that person was doing.
Listen up.
Heavy tanks, how are we doing? We're at 16. Right, launch the attack. So it looks like the Japanese are winning in the south, but we're winning in the north. I'm kind of okay with that. And I want heavy tanks. Build me many of them.
Shift it.
Move up to. Vichy and Siam signed away peace. Siam and Lebanese republics. Okay, so you just pieced out all the French Vichy stuff. White peace, so I guess nothing really changed. Anyway, we have fought them to the ocean. Excuse me. And let's see if we can take Beiping back. Actually hold it this time. Logistics Company 2. How are we doing with these? November 1940, I think it is time for them. 10 political power away from the next level. Don't want to lose reliability. I think having more resource need is fine. We are quite resource rich. We're on the outskirts of Tianjin. That's really good going.
Attention. Good to go.
Alright, 150. So who's next? So we've got a revolution in Malaya or Burma. I think right now I'd like to do it against Malaya. Yeah. Yugoslavia has capitulated.
Ready, boss.
There's Recon 2. Logistics 3 is still a little too far ahead of time, but we can do engineers. We can do that though, we wanted to do more of these. Let's get those going. Got to get the industry done. Heavy tanks, 26.
Ready, boss.
However, that is costing me chromium. I will start to purchase this. Who's the best person to buy from? Philippines! At least until we go toward Japan.
Ready, boss.
Alright, graziers to industry is done. Next up, let's do free school policy for the extra research speed. To shape the model citizen, we must shape their ideals. From cradle to university, the state will guide what our children are taught. In this way, we can ensure future generations understand the importance of the socialist ideal and the dangers of free markets and free thought. I had so much fun writing those. Alright, so the Japanese are really starting to try to push us here now. And it is their air force which is doing it. So... kind of wondering if I want to change one of these infantry guns to be another anti-air battery. No, I want to actually get some doctrines unlocked. No more template changes for a little while. I think we're probably also
All set.
ready to get another crocodile hunter, so let's go ahead and do that. China, meanwhile, punching quite nicely down there.
Orders, boss.
Greece joins the Allies. The war escalates. 3, 2, 1. Why is that still active? People's Republic of Iota has fully expelled People's Republic of Iota and its allies from their land. By peace. I think it's just a bug. Oh, is this... Nope. You're already at peace with everyone. You're not at war with Germany anymore. So it just needs a... We have one clause. There it is. Malay People's Republic is now at war. So we're going to send up a...
What's the go?
let's go for 1, 2, 3 of you. Send volunteers. Off we go. Now, one thing we have noticed about this is this is a civil war that's fought on 2 different territories. And very often, this gets taken out before that port can be taken. Which means you can't ever ship troops between the 2. Military factories. What are we short on? I mean, still heavy tanks. That is what we are trying to update our armies with at the moment, so let's just keep on building those. Naval invasion behind us. They have not taken any ports though, because we hold on to Shenzhen. Ah, but they might be trying to cut us off. They have, in fact, successfully cut us off.
Ready, boss.
That's not ideal. I don't like this at all. There we go. Alright, you kill that.
All set.
Let's make sure we don't get cut off again.
Orders, boss.
So you guys have arrived. You actually arrived over here. Okay, so we've won. So Vasey's in charge of that. Field Marshal is going to be Moorehead again. Oops, not Field Marshal.
Yeah.
General Order. And this is a special raid we set up, which basically is in case you're completely kicked off of this peninsula and you're only over here, volunteers can't ever do naval invasions. So we've instead set up a raid so that you can basically bypass that requirement and take a port. So that the communists can at least start shipping troops in. And yeah, you can basically get an additional unit in that fight.
Oi, listen up.
But we're not going to need to, because we actually managed to keep our control out here.
Good to go. Good to go.
So I'm not sure where their army is.
Get going.
Oh, because they're fighting against the Axis, I wouldn't actually be that surprised if they're just not here.
What's the go?
If they're in, like, North Africa or something.
Listen up. What's the go?
Italian-Bulgarian military technology exchange.
Good to go. Yeah. Righto.
And there we go. Malaya has fallen and has become our puppet. So the Malay People's Republic is now also one of ours. Those volunteers will be sent home any minute now. Off they go. Next! Next up's going to be Burma. And then after that, potentially, India. Because you only need Malaya, New Zealand, Burma, and then India becomes available. I would quite like to try to get Indonesia and the Philippines too. But I'm aware of the fact that we are now up against a ticking time bomb. I also know that the Philippines is more difficult to take because they have additional ideology pressures going on. What the hell has happened down here?
Ready, boss. Yeah, nah, yeah.
This is not good. This is double plus ungood. The Siamese Empire demands return of its territories. Siam, emboldened by growing nationalism and our perceived lack of strength in the regions, demanded the return of territories they deem core to their state. They're clearly trying to punch above their weight. So this is for Malaya. Nuts to you! Come get me. Oh, don't run away from there. Shit. How did this go so badly? And so quickly? We're going to lose two. They declared war on us, which saved our units. Oh, totally planned. Totally planned. Siam, are you allied to anyone? Nope.
Righto.
Alright, well, I can only have 6 divisions there. So this is going to be commanded by McKay. Unfortunately, everyone is still travelling.
Orders, boss.
Laney is lower level than Moorehead. That's interesting.
Listen up.
Not full actually.
Righto.
Oh, Siam took that. That's
Righto.
interesting.
What's the go?
Right, maybe. Because I'm guessing that my navy is bigger than theirs. Fonkum. We want you on just patrol out there. Now we need these guys to get to Malaya as quickly as they possibly can. Alright, 1940. Let's grab this. We can still instigate in Burma. Malaya's moving troops across, that's good.
Ready, boss.
Daisy's arrived.
Orders, boss.
You guys are rushing north as quickly as you can. Assassination of Trotsky. Meanwhile, how are we doing on heavy tanks? Heavy tanks, I think we have sufficient where we can say, you can be a crocodile hunter. Congratulations. And let's go for the soft attack and breakthrough. More expensive, don't care.
Good to go. Good to go. Good to go.
Let's tell you all. It's red there, which is a deal. The race is on. You guys are now able to stall them a little bit, so that's good. Let's get planned extraction. We are fortunate to possess a land so rich in resources. We must ensure its wealth is systematically extracted and directed to the industries that need it the most.
Yeah?
Okay, first division's about to arrive. Meanwhile, the volunteers. Those are the Australian volunteers. No, New Zealand volunteers.
Orders, boss.
The Chinese ones still are on the way,
All set.
I believe. Or not. Usually there's a notification to say that they're still travelling. Did I actually lose them? Oh, why did you go to Kuala Lumpur? That's just silly.
Good to go. Yeah?
Oh, it's because you have an order there. I see the problem.
Righto.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah?
What did I literally just say? Don't go there.
What's the go? Good to go.
What bloody moron is... You're my tanks! Stop. Go there. Thank you.
What's the go?
There's still one of you.
Orders, boss. Ready, boss.
There's still one of you.
Oi, listen up.
Stop. Go there.
Righto.
Alright, no worries. The Aussies have arrived.
Listen up. What's the go?
Yeah, sure, you can join New Zealand.
What's the go?
Let's get staff office plans going for both of you. And just get ready for a major counterattack. That's less than a year, so sure, we'll go for that.
Righto.
We don't have any orders. That's not a deal. No, you don't. Unfortunately, I wasted most of the planning prep on that one.
Attention.
And then you as well. Where the hell are you? I'm still sailing. Close enough. Oh, so I am actually putting up a fight. What, don't like that. I don't like that at all.
All set.
Supply issues. So let's get rid of those supply issues. Thank you, Blamey. Let's take Kuala Lumpur. Get the port back. More factories, and we can also convert another unit. That's good. Slight shortage of artillery, I would say. Let's go ahead and build some more of those, and we have enough tanks for another conversion. So let's go ahead and convert you, Crocodile Hunter. People like my Aussie fun facts, people like more. What fun facts? Did I just completely miss them? Wouldn't a field marshal attack plan work since they're all pushing the same front? Yeah, probably. Yeah, you know what? May as well. Not a bad call.
Shift it.
Oh, you know the other thing I can do?
Ready, boss.
Deploy!
Don't pull up yet.
No. Deploy. And here, here, here. We should probably add some HQ stuff, like logistics and service. That does allow you to have more troops. Well, we definitely want recon staff. Unfortunately, this is costing me all of my experience again. Forward air controller reduces enemy cast damage. And because you guys tend to be in dangerous positions, I'm going to beef up your defense forces. If I had special forces, that would be really useful, but I think I'm going to go with the forward air controller just to reduce enemy cast damage. Unfortunately, that does cost basically all of my... Damn it, Vasey!
Let's go.
Experience. Ooh, that's a hefty counterattack. So you know what? Let's just let them attack us and exhaust themselves doing so. Catching my commanders here. Like we're trying to withdraw, damn it! Construction. Tanks. That's still too far ahead of time. Let's get more engineers. Right, I'm going to go ahead and remove that artillery from this unit. Oops. And we have some free military factories once more, so what do we need? We clearly need more artillery, because apparently we are losing a lot of that. We also need more chromium. Thank you, Philippines. And we could even do with steel. Hang on. Hang on. Oh, do I want to instigate a revolution in Burma right now? Do I think they would win? do it. Hopefully we'll be in a position to send some volunteers shortly. You know what? I think I did lose my volunteers in China. Annoyingly. Land extraction is done. Maritime Commission. While most laymen only focus on the warships, the true experts know that it's the humble cargo vessel that wins wars. To increase the amount of shipping available in times of war, we'll form a special board to coordinate construction. So we get extra trade resources per factory, which is actually super helpful. Dockyard output and dockyards. Sure. Yeah, Mr. Banksy, that's exactly what I thought. There's no fun facts in the chatting history. I scrolled up quite a long way, so I'm not sure what happened there. Fun fact, the Finke River, also known as the Laura Pinta in Central Australia, is widely recognised the oldest river in the world, dating back between 300 million and 400 million years. It actually predates the dinosaurs and the mountain ranges it cuts through. Yeah, that's kind of cool. I do know that Australia is magnificently, incredibly, absurdly old. The longest fence in Australia is the Dingo Fence, also known as the Dog Fence, spanning an astonishing 5,614 kilometres, longest continuous fence in the world. That one I did know about. Was that to stop dingoes? Was that to stop rabbits, though? I thought that was actually to stop rabbits. Fun fact, Tasmania is the world's largest producer of legal opiate raw material, supplying 50% of the global demand used in pharmaceuticals. Okay, that's cool. Have I tried the new HQ thing? You mean these? Yes. The world's straightest section of railway is part of the Indian Pacific where it crosses the Nullarbor Plain. Ah, now I got one for you. Why is Australia probably not the only country, but certainly the main country known for having truck trains or lorry trains? Well, I'm going to tell you. Part of the reason that the American railroads took off as much as they did is because they all had a standard gauge of railway. So the rails were all the same width. In Australia, they all differed depending on territory or state. So, like, New South Wales was different from Victoria, was different from Queensland, etc. So there was no standardization. So roads just became easier to use. So the truck trains kind of took off. The other interesting thing about truck trains, they're not allowed in cities. So usually you have like perimeter roads that they have to bypass settlements on. Multiple different gauges, 3 different ones in Australia. There you go. You know what? Let's just keep letting them bleed themselves against us. No reason to hasten their demise, because they are absolutely bleeding troops. Okay, my HQ has actually managed to pull back. See, I'm kind of glad that I boosted their strength now. It looks like we have complete naval dominance now too. I would still very much like to take Kuala Lumpur, however. I should have a fairly easy time of pushing this. Really? Yeah, and you just got pushed back. It's unfortunate. Huh. Socialist Republic of the Union of Burma declared war on British Burma, so there's their civil war. There we go. Sank some of their destroyers. So, can I send you Lend-Lease? I can. Would they do anything when they get there? Let's send you 2,000 guns.
Righto. Let's go.
Finnish continuation war. German Reich declared war on the Soviet Union. So one thing I was hoping to be able to do was send volunteers to the Soviets, but I think that ship has sailed. Thanks to Siam. Alright, what do we need? Man, we are really short on artillery. What the hell? And we need more steel. Which we will buy from New Zealand. Or not? Oh, can't. I have no idea why I can't buy from New Zealand. That's very weird. I've not seen that before. Especially as they're my puppet. Buy from the Soviets then. Let's keep our people supplied so we're not taking unnecessary attrition. We're probably also going to need to buy fuel. Cool. Good-o. Let's get field hospitals, because I feel like we're going to start needing those. Siam declared war on Yunnan. So Siam... oh dear. Nope, they just went to war with China. They are not allied with Japan. Huh. Interesting decisions were made. Buying some fuel. There we go. Combat width for artillery has been reduced. So we now get more bang for our buck. Yes, I will accept non-aggression pacts with you. Kicking us out of Ceramban, which is not ideal. Although it is not a supply hub. That attack succeeds. That would actually be quite nice. Well, it looks like it will.
Ready, boss.
A lot of fighting over this. Now we're short on AA as well. Interesting. We are apparently taking a lot of attrition. Fighting in the jungles. I'm shocked. We're actually out of command power now, so that's not ideal. Supply out here is horrible. But they are just throwing themselves at my front line. I'm kind of okay to let them. Because he's going to be giving us a bunch of experience. One thing we should probably do is change the intervention specialists to something more useful. How's the Burma revolution going? Okay, actually, I think. Ah, we caught their heavy cruiser and light cruiser. So that is the end of the Siamese navy. So I can probably tell my own navy to head home. And how are we doing on heavy tanks? We have loads of heavy tanks. How many was that? 177, so we can get at least 4 more.
Keep going.
Maritime Commission, so now we can do public... You know what? It's because we have minus 30% on output. That's why I'm short on equipment. Let's get rid of this. We have at last cast aside the old order and built a nation that exists for the many and not the few. Industry, labour and resources now serve the people as a whole. This is the Public's Australia, equal, united and unbreakable. Meanwhile, McKay is hit level 5.
Yeah.
Simon's now lost 200,000. 17,000 equipment lost. Damn! Yeah, still coming for us. Alright. Still building loads of military factories. This is fine. That's enough for another heavy tank. So you guys are actually fully pimped out now. Siam and Japan have signed a white peace. Oh, that might make them join Co-Pro, which would be a problem for us.
Bugger this.
Oops. At which point I will need to let Malaya fall. Japan's been called in. Alright, time to Scarpa. I think what I'm going to do is move you two to him. Actually, Vasey, you are the defensive commander, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of... well...
What's the go?
need to Scarpa before the Japanese Navy arrives. Is that all? No, that is all one state. Okay.
Ready, boss.
Oop.
Now shift it. Third chun. Orders, boss.
Taking a bit of a gamble not guarding Port Moresby. And I hate the idea of giving this up to the Japanese, but I don't think I can hold it. I'm going to learn from my mistakes. I'm going to leave a garrison in Darwin. Alright, time to Scarpa. Japanese submarines already here. This is gonna hurt. You... convoy escort the best you can. And then we need to start blocking stuff, so nothing there, nothing there, nothing there, nothing there. We're out there. Yeah, not there either. transport divisions. Got one of the tank divisions, unfortunately. I'm very annoyed by the fact he chose to go that way, for reasons. Like, why? That's just wiped out my tank divisions. More logistics. We need the support.
Ready, boss.
Meanwhile, Matilda Pacific, so we can get more armor from the heavies. That sounds like a very good plan to me. And we can also get resource output, which sounds like a good plan. Burma's now losing. Oh well, we did the best we could. Malaya's not going to last that much longer either.
Listen up.
Well, we got out with everyone that we could. 2 tank divisions were left full strength, the rest of them not so much. It's actually done less damage to the tanks than I thought it would. Although maybe that just hasn't recalculated because I haven't landed yet. That's entirely possible, and I suspect may well be the case. Right, I have no Chief of Army. I should really get a Chief of Army. Let's go with Blamey so we can get that daily income again. Kind of annoying, I didn't have that going for so long. And yes, field hospitals would be magnificent. Bismarck Sea naval invasion. What's that attacking?
Now shift it.
They're getting low. Because you guys are so fucking weak, there's not much I can do about this.
Get going.
Thankfully, this guy is actually winning. He was one of the stronger units. And you guys arrived. That's good. I'm trying to pin you, but I do not want to attack you for long.
Attention.
Yes.
Ready, boss.
Meanwhile, so we completed this, so we no longer have the production penalties. So that's good. I think it's time for Anzac Spirit. The Australian and New Zealand Army Corps formed a formidable reputation during the Great War, expending great effort and much blood in pursuit of victory for the Empire. Their qualities were evident to all: endurance, courage, ingenuity, and good humour, combined with a casual defiance in the face of danger and hardship. We're going to need that organisation. Might be best to abandon Papua. Nah, we don't need to. These guys are going to exhaust themselves attacking them. And now my production's running. Although I am still buying resources from the Philippines, and I suspect none of that's getting through. Actually, it is. Fortunately, none of my troops got to Rabaul, which is really frustrating. Let's pop those those hats. Siam and China signed a white peace. Okay, good.
Attention.
So.
Listen up.
Please, for the love of God, take the frickin' train.
Good to go.
Not entirely sure why you're... Oh, you were undeployed, that's why.
Good to go.
You were not. That's why you're down to a 6 instead of an 8. Alright, Rabaul is now garrisoned. Japan declared war on Indonesia. Not much I can do about that. Australian Malaya has capitulated. Not much I can do about that either. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to send the big ships home. You're not fighting. You know what? I'm just going to say don't do that anymore so you can actually get home. Japan declared war on USA. That's good. No, I don't want to join your faction. What I'd really like to do is join yours. More mills. Infantry weapons sounds like the main thing I need right now. I think South Africa's easy enough to buy from. Right, let's close off trade to these locations. And have our trade go further south. Oh, we sank a submarine. Oh yeah. So you guys are actually doing some work. The thing that I want at the moment is these two to be separated out. Let's put you in an entirely different fleet. And you lot can continue doing convoy escort in those areas where you're actually doing some good work. Furthermore, I want you to run the hell away if anything dangerous appears. Good-o!
Good to go.
Manpower is the other problem. Oh, they're fighting back. Assembly line production. Yes, I would very much like to have bigger artillery, please. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yes and yes. No, no, no. And now they're not having to bother screening the bigger ships, and they're going to be a lot faster getting in and out of fights. I think this is going to work better for us. We still need to get total mobilization, so ideally I'd like to save up to 250 political power, so I can do that. I would also like to change manpower law. How much manpower are we short right now? Such a... hell. That was such a disaster getting out of Malaya. I'm really frustrated they went through there. Like, just sail through here. Why go that way?
Attention. Set.
Okay, equipment shortages are more or less overcome with the exception of support equipment. And basically anything else that we get from now goes to heavy tanks. Anzac Spirit. Is there anything else I want? Yeah, equal pay for the cap and growth. Recruitment drive. That's what we really need is manpower. The weak will be of previous governments, as well as their excessive reliance on Britain, have resulted in a long period of neglect for Australia's armed forces. This shall no longer stand. We launch a campaign to drive recruitment into the Australian Defence Force. So 5% recruitable pop and 1% recruitable population is going to be nice, because we need it. Yes, 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 and yes. Mexico has joined the Allies. Don't think we need to protect that. Just protect these. In fact, now I don't even need to protect that, just the Coral Sea. We shouldn't have any convoys coming out there, they should all be coming from here. So what then are all of these? That's steel to the Commonwealth. That's supplied to Darwin to supply those. Okay, so we kind of need the Alice Springs upgrade. And because we are communist, we don't have the train to Alice Springs. Sorry, train to Darwin. Focus, that's a democratic fascist thing. So we'll have to come up with another solution for that one. Now, one other change that came in with the latest update is Blockade Runner no longer requires 37 knot speed, it's now 32. So it should be a lot easier to get the Blockade Runner trait if you are using cruisers and destroyers. Made that change specifically because support ships travel at 32. So if you had any support ships, even if you had like a light cruiser fleet, you couldn't do anything with them. Indonesia flipped fascist. Damn it, Indonesia! That's not ideal.
Let's go.
So I think what I need to do is have you guard there. Basically to protect Moresby. And I think we can basically add heavy tanks to everything at this point. Yep. So, is there anything that I really need industrially wise? No, and in fact, you know what I think this means? I think this means that I might actually start investing in air power. Do need field hospitals after the disaster in China, and I never did get those troops back, so no, something definitely happened to them. I do need to do something with manpower. I hate the fact I have such a weak unit defending there. I think what I'm going to do instead is give up on WeWhack. We're trying to hold out a Madang. Need manpower for all of this, though. Recruitment drive's going to be a big get. 3 more fun facts. Oh, you squeezed 2 in one message. I was like, where's the first one? 3 fun facts. I live in the Blue Mountains. Yes, it's bluish because of all the eucalyptus trees. Oh. I think I kind of expected it to be blue because cobalt or something. In the same way that, like, rust-coloured mountains usually have a lot of iron. We have the steepest railway in the world, 52-degree angle, and you can adjust your seat to 64-degree angle. Interesting. Hidden remote protected canyon within the Wollemi National Park, part of the World Heritage Area, lies the Wollemi pine. This incredibly rare species was thought to be extinct for millions of years, only to be rediscovered in '94. It's a true dinosaur tree, a living relic of Gondwana, and its exact location remains closely guarded secret to protect it. I did know that. Had forgotten that was in Australia, though. Interesting. So we could do naval doctrines, and I think for screens we should probably get some convoy escort. You've taken Wewak. Unfortunately, the troops in Madang aren't going to be the strongest. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just delete you. I'm going to put you 2 guarding that position. I'm going to leave you guarding that position, and then you 2 guarding that one. So yes, it means I could naval invade behind us, at which point Madang is then cut off. But the unit here is so weak, I cannot afford to just let them fall. So we're going to let them dig in. Come on, manpower! Siam is justifying against us. Siam is the cause of all of these problems! Things were going fine until Siam. Alright, here's what I was going to do. I was going to start going for aircraft. We want light aircraft designer, because I know that designer is actually really good. Madang is mountains. Good frickin' luck. More production efficiency. See you, Intronite. Have I considered offering aircon for your streams for tier 3 subs? That would make me do it. If I had a way of delivering that, sure. I think the Japanese sank 50,000 of my troops at sea. I've noticed that. Yeah, 50,000. Damn it! Well, we certainly left Siam with a bloody nose. But Indonesia flipping traitor has not helped us either. So far, these guys are seeming extremely capable of holding their positions. That's good. We are still 60,000 men short. Come on, recruitment drive! Close down the straits north of Papuas. You might need rails to transport supplies to the troops on the front line. It doesn't look like it. Yeah, what we could do is railway here. And then here. Oh, there's no supply hub there. Not even a port. I do not want to put a port there. That seems like a really dangerous thing to do.
Ready, boss.
It looks like we've actually got the submarines in here under control. I'm wondering whether I want to switch out some of these badly damaged units with the full strength units in Darwin. I think I kind of do, except I do need to be careful in how I handle this. I need to move them down to Queensland, to Townsville. Ship them across. But then if Darwin gets attacked, we're in real trouble, so no, I don't think I can afford to do that. Alas. Did Burma lose? Yes. No, they're still fighting. There's recruitment drive. So that should free up a bunch of extra manpower. We can get the women's armed services, which gives us a more recruitable population. And then diverse army, which gives us even more. I think we have to. Despite fierce opposition, the formation of the women's armed forces shall proceed. Every helping hand shall be welcome to defend Australian People's Republic against its aggressors, regardless of the gender. To spur recruitment and training, the choice of directors for the forces is of utmost importance. Oh! Civil War? Yeah. Dutch East Indies unhappy face. No, Dutch East Indies is a good thing. They're allies. Take wee whack back.
Orders, boss.
Hang on, I made a change to these aircraft. Huh. One of my updates didn't make it in. I started Australia with these three, already researched, to encourage the AI to actually do more air for Australia.
Boy, listen up.
What happened to that? I'm kind of okay with the Dutch East Indies taking this bit, because then I just need to defend this bit instead of the whole peninsula. The main thing I don't want them to take is Wewak.
Yeah.
So I'm going to follow in behind. So I'm going to force you. It's a little dangerous with how little strength you have. There's manpower. And this is going to be the hardest bit because it's crossing the river. So let's keep going. Let's take Wewak. Organization. Yeah, we've got 2 troops there now. Damn it! Oh, no, no. 3 of them. And then there's 1. We've also got the folded up hats. I never noticed that. Cool. But the uniforms are clearly different because like ours are rolled up shirts, theirs aren't. Huh. Okay, he's leaving. Fortunately, they have a full organisation guy left behind.
Get going.
Do another force attack. If I take Wewak, then these guys are screwed. Because they have no supply then. Yeah, Dutch East Indies have taken that one province, but it's fine. I can live with it. Right, I was building railways. I should actually make sure that those railways are prioritised. And I think I am going to put a supply hub here. take us a little while to build, but that's okay. It's got another division in. Damn it. See, it's getting a bit stronger. Also, you can definitely see that manpower is starting to arrive. Women's armed forces are now in, so let's get the diverse army. So we get another 1% recruitable population, 5% non-core manpower, which is great because Papua New Guinea is non-core, and then also weekly manpower. Speaking of which, you know what I totally forgot to do since the beginning of the game? Make these civilian oversight. We probably could have had way higher compliance. To attack. I need to send you reinforcements. 3 of your divisions here now. No, you're attacking me. Fine by me. Because then I'll just counterattack and push you straight out. Okay, now you're in trouble. So let's move you down to guard that port, and then you can be here. And they're out of supply, so nothing's going to really happen with them. Now they will get that airbase, but yeah, it's fine.
Good to go.
Because I'm the one attacking here, I get the land. And the helmets are being popped. And there we go. Hell yeah. Alright, let's get you guarded. Things are looking better. Thank you, Dutch East Indies. You really did kind of bail us out there. You almost got a fleet protector. Errol. I think you've already gained a level. That's a little unfortunate. Because I would like you to get sequence training. And we do have some capital ships. Armoured Raiders, screening bonus when using only capital ships, which we're not, so I don't think it's that. Coastal Defence, range factor down, definitely not. Heavy Cruiser, surface detection, max speed, and 15 organisation. I think we probably want fast battleships. Yeah. So we're using heavy cruisers. Now, if I attack you, I take the airbase. I'm okay with that. Plus we get to destroy a Japanese division, which is just satisfying. Research slot. Yes, I have a bunch of airplane things I want you to research for me. Because we're going to have quite a lot of surplus reduction, so I think we just go air power. Let's get trombone slots. Soviets declared war on Iran. Oh, what? It went to them? Boo! It's my core! Anglo-Soviet invasion of Iran. Yeah, the Japanese are definitely doing a lot better over here now. Shaanxi looks like it's in a bit of trouble. Soviets look like they're in a bit of trouble as well. Ouch. Now I really wish I could help you. 250. It's time. Total mobilization. Women in the Y. Oh, that's why. I hadn't pressed OK.
Hey, boss.
And you guys are almost full strength again. We have sufficient manpower.
Let's go.
And yeah, we are all heavy tanked out. We could add another heavy tank. Drops organisation even further, though. I'm not sure that we can afford to do that. I think we might need to get mission-style tactics just to get the organisation buffs. Light MG. Right, well, want the production efficiency gain for sure. As we're going to be building these basically from scratch. We want to get heavy machine guns for sure. And then we probably want to get the bombs too. So we can go for multi-rolls. And then the question will be whether these are going to be multi-roll CAS or multi-roll fighters. Because yes, it does matter. I understand now how the rolls work. Basically, the first gun that you slot in, so the leftmost slot, determines the plane's roll. And then, depending on the plane's roll, it gets bonuses for CAS, or fighters, or heavy fighters, or navs, or whatever it is that plane is. That matters mostly for the doctrines. Not shipping out all the things they are promising. Can I buy from New Zealand yet? Still not. Very strange. Iran's joined the Axis. But what I can do is open up Iron Knob and also Pilbara. And we can start getting our resources that way. In fact, we're basically going to have to. Do I ever get games where something like Von Ribbentrop is not cancelled? I mean, if you do non-historical, sure. Historical, they are pretty likely. Okay, we are really close to getting our next land doctrine. Diverse army is good, because that means even more manpower. So manpower, I think we're now square on. We could get the Northern Territory recon units, and actually that would be a decent boost to our recon. Flight Lieutenant and anthropologist Donald Thompson has argued for the inclusion of the Aboriginal population in the Australian People's Republic's armed forces, and shall at last be heeded. We shall task Thompson personally with raising a reconnaissance unit of men with local knowledge and bushcraft skills to surveil even our most remote and inhospitable lands. And they'll replace our cavalry recon. They are better at fighting in jungles, I believe. Need to double check that. Speaking of recon, let's upgrade our recon. Actually, let's not. Let's continue with the planes. Because I need to get this and need to get this still. Plus I need to get engine 2s and basic frames. We have more than enough heavy tanks at this point. Kind of might as well continue making them though. I mean, we have manpower, so we can train up some more crocodile hunters. Let's get another 3. No, let's get the 4. Because this is still scaling up. Should be 5 plus 20%. So 5.4. We're at 4.7. So we have a lot of manpower still to come in. Borneo is almost entirely fallen. I'm wondering if I send some troops to Indonesia. Maybe the Darwin crew, as we managed to save Papua New Guinea. So they have nowhere to launch any naval invasions from. I guess they have that. would give me access. Doctrine. So mission type tactics was my first idea because that gives me plus 15 organization on the infantry, and that goes up to 25 when we get the whatever thing is needed. Infantry guns also get soft attack and organization. Desperate defense, no. Infiltration tactics gives us planning, but I don't think is really what's useful for us. Grand assault gives us even more max planning, breakthrough, and soft attack. S priority, even more max planning. That's 20 more planning. But very little organization. Oh no, plus 8 infantry. There at the end. Recon, get more recon. Logistics companies provide defense and supply use reduction. Deep battle gives tank org, but we only have 1 tank in our units. Not really worthwhile. Tanks get plus 6. Actually, they get plus 10. Infantry get plus 5. Line artillery soft attack, infantry soft attack, so we do a lot more damage with this. Infantry guns, soft attack. Support company, soft attack and org. But the... Ooh, infantry do 20% soft attack with this. And also S priority. Fantastic if you already have a lot of organization. We don't. And dispersed as if you're up against enemy air power, but hopefully we're overcoming that. But yeah, mission type tactics definitely seems like the best option for us. 25 organization gives us a bit more staying power. And then after this, I think we'll get the infantry upgrade and then the armor upgrade. Into war, small airframe. Let's get the basic small. So the basic smalls I'd be happy to start producing. We also need to get engine 2s. Vulcan. Aha! Production cost -5. Except I don't think we really need production cost. I think what we want is just more armor. Make them chunky. Research bonus. I mean, we're doing a lot of aircraft research at the moment, so sure. There's the range improvement. Let's get engines, light aircraft, and heavy MG will get the defense upgrades. We should also look at radio. Maybe we want to look at radar. Maybe. Northern Territory Reconnaissance Unit. All in Moscow. Sweden requests ball bearings. Yes, we are producing fighters, so definitely. And in fact, we should go to our crocodile hunters. Oh, so it still just costs straight up 10. That's annoying. So these will give us... more defense, more breakthrough, less soft attack, more hard attack, slightly more supply, a little bit more org, costs less, less river, bonus, more forest, more hills, more mountains, more plains, less marsh and less desert. Nothing for the jungle. The hills and forests will certainly be useful. And we can also research another thing. We could get the training camps to start getting some jungle combat training. We could get war carriers to reduce our supply consumption. And in fact, right now that would probably be the best choice, because it's also going to give us some tech buffs. Step away for 2 minutes, you finally somehow scavenged enough military experience for doctrines, because I got a chief of army. Good old Thomas Blamey is getting me some. Sorry. Sorry, South Africa. I did not actually mean to say no to that. I'll accept your non-aggression. And we have enough manpower to be recruiting 2 full units of expeditionaries, so that's good. These are Japanese, so unfortunately, yeah, China's being pushed. Soviets are being pushed, although Leningrad and Stalingrad are still holding. Unfortunately, Moscow has fallen. And I would have no way to get to the Soviet Union anyway. Which is why I really needed this to be volunteers, because volunteers can just teleport. So I could have sent them 7 volunteer divisions. Which I think would have made a big difference, but now I can't. So the other one I wanted was the aircraft construction. Oh, and also survivability. Okay, there's actually 2 of them that I need. 5 days we can get the other. Engine 2, we're researching really fast. Burma communists live. Don't think any of the Lend-Lease has actually arrived because they have no coastline. I wonder what would happen if I sparked off the the Indonesian civil war right now. Because I totally could. Production output or research bonus? Alright, Lies Act is now basically done. Just need this to finish. Seven more days. 6. 5. 4. I don't want to make these any bigger. Nah, 30 combat width is a good width. The only change I need to make is the recon unit. Alright, done. There's bombs. So with that, we're now going to get survivability studies. And after this, we can research the plane as soon as we get basic small airframe. We might even get engine 3 before this finishes. Probably not quite. Let's get this. And then we need to start making some decisions about what kind of planes we want. It's baffling. I don't understand why that's not working. I have a lot of steel to sell as well. I am not at war with the Axis. I can actually import from you. Let's push you out a little further. Definitely never want to go into there. Could probably reduce the size of this sea zone. It's a bit weird that it goes all the way from there to like Antarctica. We can note that. Won't be possible for a while though, map changes are hard to do. Like they really break updates and stuff. I cannot read that. My writing is too small. Don't know what I can do about that though. Okay, now we can. Trying to add it to the very, very bottom of the post-it note. I have like a millimeter of space. Okay, so the other thing we still haven't done is gotten our 5th research slot. We should start going down here too if we're going to go air power. But let's get the Workers' Educational Association. The Workers' Educational Association is an international organisation dedicated to making education accessible to working people. We should establish our own chapter, for true equality of opportunity begins in the classroom. And Engines 3. 115 days. No, 107 days. So we'd only need to wait like 40 days between these two. So we could do tier 2 frames with tier 3 engines. That'd be kind of cool. Gives them a lot of thrust, so we could put a lot of stuff on them. Anyway, I'm getting really hungry, so I think I'm going to call this stream here. But don't worry, I will be back again in 1.5 hours. So at 6 PM Central European time, we shall continue this and see where this takes us. Because honestly, I have no idea at the moment how we can participate in the war, but we'll find a way. So thanks everyone for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this. If you have, be sure to hit the follow button to get notifications when I'm live again in the future. If you've really enjoyed this and you want to support the channel, then please do consider subscribing. Helps the channel out, lets me do more of this kind of content. You can, of course, check out the Patreon at patreon.com/MordredViking. I do have a Discord, which is where the community hangs out. They're a cool bunch, and it's always a real pleasure to see some new faces there. So come join us. Say hello. You'll be more than welcome. I'm just seeing who is streaming at the moment. Is there anyone doing Aussie New Zealand? Aussie New Zealand? What the hell are you saying, Mordred? Hearts of Iron! Australian Hearts of Iron is where I was trying to go with that. Let's see. Russia, Spain, USA. Oh, Equestria, Finland. Dutch East Indies? Well, I'm not seeing any Aussies. So I think we'll go and raid Umbrella Rock, who's currently playing Dutch East Indies. Estonian. Interesting. So head on over there, say hello from Mordred Viking. Love to see his chat absolutely lit up by the Viking raid, which you can do by copying and pasting Viking raid just like this. Or if you're a subscriber, you can bring in the longships just like this. Anyway, that's it for me. I'll be back 6 PM, so in an hour and 40 minutes from now, for some more fun and games. I'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Thank you for the follow. Thank you.